Labą dieną.
Good morning, a very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. The conference is an online one, a distanced conference, and we are talking about Brexit, challenges and opportunities for Lithuania. Thank you, everyone who have joined us, and let me tell you that those who are watching us live and who want to send their questions to us, they can send them via Seimas YouTube channel. Today's roundtable discussion is organized in cooperation with members of Seimas and a variety of institutions that cooperate with the UK. We had 3 debates in the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Seimas, where we professionally tried to address the consequences of Brexit for Lithuania. And today, this open event is a generalization of the results of our discussions. And before we begin our main conclusion is that we have to do all it takes to ensure strategic relations with the UK. This was previously considered to be taken for granted. The UK was with us always in the after-war period, during our NATO and EU accession, in the EU and NATO, and now we will have to, however, take every effort and be creative to ensure the continuation of the relations with the UK and to raise it to the strategic level comparatively in the same league as our relations with the US. Both our economy and the interests of our citizens are at stake. We will now look into the ways we can join our efforts and raise these relations to the strategic level in parallel to our relations with the US. I'm very happy to see Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, Madam Viktorija Čmilytė-Nilsen, opening the event. Thank you, Žygimantas. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, organizers and guests. Welcome to the roundtable discussion, organized remotely and focused on Brexit. It is meaningful that this debate takes part in the Seimas as a representation of the state and of the citizens, because we are talking about the interests of the citizens of Lithuanians, citizens in the UK. And it's also highly important that we are talking about this matter during the pandemic. The participants represent all walks of life, and this will ensure that we will cover most of the aspects of Brexit and its consequences. Branch experts will talk about politics, economics, security, and I will talk about human aspects of this process. The importance of Brexit for Lithuania, the UK, the EU, and all the citizens of these countries. And even though the UK has withdrawn from the EU, both in value terms and human terms, it is still within Europe. And this should be in focus of our current and future debates. For us, the UK is not a third country, it's not a foreign country. The UK remains one of the key powers in the world, a permanent member of the UN Security Council, one of the global nuclear states, the sixth economy, and member of number of formats, and one of the greatest donors of support. 53 countries are united under the UK, and its soft power is very high. And the English language is also playing a unifying role. In Lithuania, we will feel the commitment of the UK for the security and defense of Baltic states. It takes part in the forward-present force in the expeditionary power forces, and took part a number of times in the Baltic region's policing mission. Regardless of the relations we still have, Brexit will have an impact on most citizens that live in the UK or have relations to people who live in the UK. There are many changes. There will be more changes in the future, and we'll talk about that today and in future. I take the opportunity to cover some of the important attainments we have reached in the context of withdrawal agreement. The protection of Lithuanian citizens in the UK was most important for Lithuania ever since the beginning of the negotiations. The withdrawal agreement is now contains the fact that Lithuanian citizens will no longer be discriminated against in any area, including education and work. The UK's EU citizens who have permanent resident status or temporary resident status will have all the and may enjoy all the rights of EU citizens. Lithuanian citizens who have a permanent resident status in the UK amount to 150,000, and pre-settled persons amount to 40,000. This amounts to a huge community. Over 60 various Lithuanian organizations are active in the UK. The largest of them is the UK Lithuanian community, consisting of 21 departments in a variety of cities and regions. As Parliament, we have to be proactive in fostering the relations with this important and active community of Lithuanians. In prospective ways, I believe that the agreements reached before and through diplomatic efforts and which have been impinged in legal documents have to be translated into reality. That's what we have to focus on today. Regardless of the difficult withdrawal and the negotiations that were difficult, we seem to have reached the main goal to preserve the human relations. And today we can establish that most of the difficulties have been overcome. Even though it would be too optimistic to say it's a win-win situation, still we can say that we have avoided the lose-lose scenario, and that's what we should congratulate each other on. We wish each other to be good neighbors and partners. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you'll have a great debate. Thank you very much, Speaker of the Seimas. We will now begin our first panel, Brexit, Reality and Opportunities for Lithuania and the United Kingdom. In this panel, we have a number of important guests representing at the strategic level the institutions and who are well placed to debate our relations with the UK. The UK is important for former ambassador of the UK and our chief foreign policy advisor to the President of the Republic of Lithuania, Asta Skaisgirytė, ambassador, is well placed to talk about the UK. Let's say European Minister, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania, Arnoldas Pranckevičius, also has unparalleled experience in Brussels. Previous head of the Lithuanian Representation Office in Wales, and he also worked with Martin Schulz for a number of years, and we are also highly privileged to have with us Wendy Morton, Minister for European Neighbourhood and the Americas at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the UK. She previously also worked in a number of important positions, the Justice Ministry and other institutions. She has a good experience in both diplomatic career and parliamentary work because she's a member of UK Parliament ever since 2015. And let me provoke the participants of the panel so we find it more enjoyable. Today, together with my good colleague and friend, UK Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee Chair, Tom Tugendhat, we have published a joint article on lrt.lt portal. You can learn about it if you read it, and we are speaking there about the joint history between the UK and Lithuania, ever starting the Hansa Union and the Vikings. We are united by values and economic interests, as well as defense interests, and fight against autocracies and misinformation, as well as lies. We are united by work in favor of freedom in Belarus, China, and Russia. Let me quote some quotes that may inspire you as panelists. Thomas wrote them, and I will quote them. It would be hard to find partners who trust each other more. There are few allies that are united by joint interests so well. There are few partners who see the situation as clearly as we are. Even though we are at the G7, our Lithuania will be close to our hearts, not just because we are ever more conscious of the threat of Putin's aggression, but because from tech to vaccines, we are connected. With more expat Lithuanians resident in the UK than anywhere than in the United States, we rely on the success of each other's healthcare to keep us safe. Our history has made us complementary. Lithuania's reach and credibility with other former Soviet-occupied states, global diaspora, and highly respected diplomatic network mirrors our own and means we can support each other in creating the new structures we need to defend our shared interests. Partnerships coordinated either in Vilnius or the Whitehall, chaired by either of us, but activated by the networks of influence we both have from decades of migration and partnership, would see us better able to work with friends, to create forums to discuss everything from medical support and environmental threats to technological change and democratic defense. The past few years have seen many think that Britain is leaving Europe. That's not true. And as anyone here will tell, in the UK will tell you, our commitment to our friends and partners is as strong as ever. Leaving the European Union after 47 years, only one longer than the Soviet occupation of Lithuania, has changed in how we think we should conduct our relationship, not a rejection of our shared values, and no one will understand global Britain better than our global partners in the Baltics. Thank you very much indeed, and it is my turn to invite Asta Skaisgirytė for her first introductory word.
Galbūt mikrofoną.
Madam Asta, could you turn on the microphone? Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, as well as the representative of the UK. I am pleased to send the welcome address from the Lithuanian President, Gitanas Nausėda. Unfortunately, he was not able to participate in this debate, but he sends his warmest welcome words. Allow me to speak on three important topics: foreign and security policy, economic, finance, and enhancing economic and finance relations, as well as the rights of citizens. Let me start with defense and security policy. The speaker has already mentioned this topic. The topic has also been referred by you, Mr. Chair. Well, indeed, the United Kingdom has withdrawn from the European Union, but it nevertheless remains in Europe and in NATO. We have already established a long-standing cooperation with the United Kingdom, as the United Kingdom has engaged in many NATO missions with us, such as the Lithuanian air policing mission of the Baltics. enhanced forward presence, and so on. We have to talk about many topics with the UK. It's not only about the fight with hybrid and cyber threats, disinformation, fake news, and many others. In 2019, the European Union and the United Kingdom have adopted a declaration on the basis of which we have based our cooperation in such fields as sanctions, defense industry, potential involvement in EU military missions and operations. So we know that the doors are open for the United Kingdom, and we would really wish them to be with us when it comes to economy, finance, and science. I'd like to note that much has been done in order to make the relations with the City of London stronger. We fight climate change, we cooperate in life sciences. There is potential to cooperate even more. Lithuania and the UK are bound by long trade relations. As Žygimantas Pavilionis has mentioned the Hanseatic League, I would also like to add that during the interwar period, the United Kingdom was the major export market for Lithuania. Depending on the year, the UK remains our important export partner. It is important to strengthen our relations with competence centers and universities. It is important to participate in the EU Horizon program. So our researchers work in the United Kingdom. The synergy between the researchers and students are very important, and they should bring its own fruit. I believe that still there is some untapped potential in this field. It is high time we started to think about strengthening the cooperation in terms of economy and finance, and we should, for example, establish the position of the financial or economic attaché in the Lithuanian embassy in the UK. We also address the issues pertaining to Lithuanian nationals in the United Kingdom. The numbers of Lithuanian nationals are rather high, as it has been mentioned rightly by the Speaker of the Seimas. So what are the tasks that lie ahead of us? It is very important that Lithuanian nationals residing in the UK maintained their Lithuanian roots. The President of the Republic of Lithuania had a meeting with Lithuanian diaspora in the UK, and he expressed his wish for them to come back to Lithuania. Now, maybe it is less important to take note of where the person lives. It is important that the person is active within his or her community. It is important that Lithuanian nationals bring their children to Lithuanian schools in the United Kingdom. It is also very important that Lithuanian create the added value in the United Kingdom, and that they should not be discriminated. Well, we do have various EU-UK agreements in place, but still there are some provisions that differ from the provisions that have been provided for other member states of the EU. We don't want to have some special provisions for our country, but still we would not like to be discriminated when I'm very happy that Dalia Asanavičiūtė, chairperson of the former chairperson of the Lithuanian community in Britain, is now a member of the Seimas, and I believe she will help to ensure that the relations between Lithuanians abroad and Lithuania here are maintained. Now, when it comes to the Nordic countries, Baltic states, and the UK, I'd like to note that the former Prime Minister Cameron, which started the initiative on Northern Future Forum, could be renewed because this initiative was halted during the Brexit negotiations. But now, as the negotiations are over, I believe we should come back to the Northern Future Forum and to develop a common platform with the Nordic, Baltic, and countries and the UK. Thank you once again for the opportunity to address you, and I wish every success for the debate. Thank you. Very interesting ideas indeed. You've talked on high technology, science, foreign and security policy. You have also covered the tasks that lie ahead when it comes to our nationals. You have rightly mentioned that we have Asanavičiūtė as member of the parliament. But let's hope that one day some Lithuanian national will become a member of the British Parliament. Now, to provoke the debate and to provoke Mr. Arnoldas Pranckevičius, I'd like to ask a question. Mr. Pranckevičius, you are well aware of Brussels, of the UK, and, well, we wanted to be on the side of the United Kingdom, but being in the European Union, we had to side with the European Union. So how brave can we be in developing a strategic partnership with the United Kingdom? As far as I know, we have strategic partnerships with the US, France, and Poland. Why not the United Kingdom? Would the logics of Brussels not be in line? Shouldn't we strengthen our natural link with the United Kingdom? Because as it has already been mentioned on many times today, we have shared many links for many years with the UK. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to participate in this debate, and I'm very happy that the Minister for European Neighbourhood of the United Kingdom will be with us during the debate. To respond to your question, I'd like to say that, well, indeed, the government has provided for in its program to strengthen the relation, to enhance the participation of Lithuania in the European Union, and to develop strategic relations with the United Kingdom. I hope that we will be able to attain this objective within few coming years, and to establish this strategic partnership with the United Kingdom. This is a huge objective lying ahead of us. At the same time, I would like to note that being together, standing together with the European Union during the Brexit negotiations was a right decision and the right determination and the only possible decision, because the negotiations themselves were very tiresome and very difficult for both the parties. Today, we can express our appreciation at the fact that we have managed to maintain unity among all the member states of the European Union, that we have maintained solidarity with respect to each other. But at the same time, we have managed to be united. We have managed to maintain respect for the United Kingdom because the United Kingdom is our important partner. Well, it is not a surprise that many member states were disappointed with the results of the referendum that took place in 2016 in the UK, but still we respect the decision of the citizens of the United Kingdom. And we are happy about the UK-EU withdrawal agreement that has been reached just before the new year, last year. We see an exceptional opportunity for the European Union. I believe that we have managed to attain a very balanced decision. Well, when it comes to negotiation, to any negotiation, both sides will always have to make some compromises. The same happened during the EU-UK withdrawal agreement negotiations. This agreement responds to the needs and interests of the UK and the EU. The UK wanted to withdraw both from the European Union, from the single market, from the Court of Justice. The European Union, on its part, wanted to preserve its equal competition, level playing field to ensure Big Friday commitments and agreements on the Northern Ireland. We have succeeded in doing all this, and now it is important that this agreement is implemented properly. Therefore, we are very happy that the Partnership Council is already in place, that is headed by Maroš Šefčovič, that includes such persons as Frost. This council will be able to address all the matters pertaining to the implementation of the agreement. But, well, of course, the withdrawal agreement itself does not replace the very presence of the United Kingdom in the European Union. But it is clear that as of the 1st of January, free movement of people ceased to exist, which means that both either EU or UK nationals traveling in those countries need to have visas. Free movement of goods is not that free any longer. We have customs checks on borders. As of the 1st of January, we've seen long checkup procedures, long queues at the borders that do hinder our trade, our bilateral trade. Still, we should make every effort to strengthen our economic and political relations during this difficult period. As the foreign policy advisor for the president has said, the United Kingdom remains a very important partner for the region, despite the fact that the UK left the European Union. Well, unfortunately, not all the aspects have been covered by the EU-UK withdrawal agreement. Nevertheless, the UK remains a very important strategic partner when it comes to defense and security. The COP26 summit in Glasgow is very important, and we believe that the EU and UK still want to achieve the same climate change objectives. And now we know that the new administration of Joe Biden in the United States of America will also come back to the Climate Change Pact. So this cooperation is very important. It is also important to note that we have maintained the same response on human rights violations in such countries as Belarus. It is also very important for Lithuania to maintain the active engagement of the UK in Eastern Partnership policy. We see that the situation in Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine is increasingly deteriorating, which means that we cannot afford not to do anything. So engagement of the UK is very important in assisting Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia to stay on the path to democratic reform. To conclude, Mr. Chair, I'd like to say that citizens, our nationals, are of crucial when it comes to those agreements. So citizens have always been first. As we monitor the implementation of the withdrawal agreement, the most important thing is to ensure that the rights of our citizens are protected. So Ms. Skaisgirytė has already mentioned some discrimination aspects when it comes to work visas, but I hope that this will not hinder us from stronger cooperation with the United Kingdom. So the most important thing is not to forget our nationals. We have to make sure that our nationals can make use of all the opportunities provided for by them. So I'll finish at that, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Mr. Pranskevičius. You have expressed many interesting ideas. It seemed that you know many things by heart. Since we have to watch the time and we have to hear our most important guests, I now would like to give the floor to the Minister.
So we've been waiting for your speech and coordinating dates with Ambassador in Vilnius. This is a big event for us, believe us. So please, Minister, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning and labas rytas. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this conference on relations between the UK and Lithuania. And I'm absolutely delighted to be joining you for my first visit to Lithuania, albeit virtually, and I very much hope to be able to visit in person soon. Your title, Brexit, Challenges and Opportunities for Lithuania, captures precisely the spirit of what we must do to deepen and strengthen the UK-Lithuania bilateral relationship. Following the UK's departure from the European Union, we need to now seize the opportunities that have become available to us as we start this new chapter in the long history of our friendship. 2021 marks 30 years since the UK recognised the de jure restoration of independence of Lithuania and re-established diplomatic relations. Since then, we have seen a stunning example of the power of democracy to create a thriving, successful society. The links between our two countries are stronger than ever. More than 250,000 Lithuanians live and work in the UK, making a visible and significant contribution to our social and economic development. Many companies are firmly established in both our countries. And defence remains the bedrock of our bilateral relationship. Your security is our security. The UK's largest overseas military deployment is to Poland and the Baltic states as part of NATO's enhanced forward presence. We were proud to have RAF jets operating from Lithuania throughout last summer, and we're especially thrilled to have President Nausėda visiting the crews whilst they were in Lithuania. The image of the President in a British Typhoon fighter defines the closeness of our relationship, and we must build on our shared views of the threats facing us. We greatly value Lithuania's participation in the UK-led Joint Expeditionary Force as we look to build our capabilities to meet hybrid threats and grey zone activities. And we're very much looking forward to the JEF ministerial event to be held in May. And this is a key opportunity to expand our collaboration. As our bilateral defence cooperation continues to deepen, we will continue to share our expertise and enhance our joint capabilities and interoperability. The UK and Lithuania believe in the same democratic values, and this was clearly underlined in the candid and friendly discussions between our foreign ministers on the 15th of February. The UK believes in the unassailability of democratic structures and in the need to uphold the respect for human rights. In this historic anniversary year, we underline our commitment to working alongside Lithuania to uphold the principles which underpin the rules-based international system. These principles help us to hold countries to account when they violate internationally accepted freedoms and fall short of internationally agreed norms. Our two countries are already working closer together to counter the influence and malign activities of Russia. Our officials are sharing information and best practice on rooting out disinformation, particularly in relation to the COVID-19 vaccination programme. The UK appreciates Lithuania's leading role in the EU in highlighting current human rights abuses in Belarus, as the Belarusian people try to forge their own path to a democratic future. We must not allow violations of human rights in Belarus to continue. And we're also highly appreciative of the Lithuanian government's commitment to the rights of UK citizens in Lithuania, matching our own to the rights of Lithuanian citizens in the UK. We also recognise the Lithuanian government's close cooperation with our embassy in Vilnius on the implementation of the TCA. Citizens' rights are a top priority for the UK government. We are committed to implementing the provisions in the withdrawal agreement for the many Lithuanians and EU citizens who have chosen to build their lives in the UK. And in the international context, there has never been a more critical time for countries to work together as we respond to unprecedented global health and economic crises. The UK will continue to work with all of our international partners, including the G7, the G20, the EU, the UN, the World Health Organization, and other multilateral institutions to deliver a strong global health response. We remain committed to strengthening the resilience of vulnerable countries, ensuring equitable access to vaccines, supporting the global economy, and helping our people both at home and overseas. The UK has committed £548 million to the COVAX Advanced Market Commitment, which will contribute COVID-19 vaccines to 92 developing countries. And it's through the support and commitment of countries such as Lithuania that we can ensure that the world's most vulnerable societies are not left behind. I'm delighted that the UK is partnering with Lithuania and Ukraine on a project to improve our understanding of coronavirus transmission pathways and the effectiveness of safety equipment. And as our understanding of the virus develops, we must continue to seek pragmatic solutions to enable the well-established cooperation between our people, our businesses, and academic institutions to flourish. More widely, our scientists and businesses have successfully collaborated on more than 200 joint projects under Horizon 2020. They have worked closely on shared challenges, including climate change and global health, to make our world a better place. The coronavirus pandemic has reminded all of us of the vital importance of research and the need for creativity and innovations to combat the virus and to build back better. The UK and Lithuania also enjoy long-standing trade links. The UK is among Lithuania's top 10 export destinations. The UK-EU Trade and Cooperation Agreement will enable trade between the UK and Lithuania to continue and to thrive. Striking examples of our two-way trade include the high-quality furniture manufactured by Lithuanian companies that many UK households enjoy, and the fertilisers produced in Lithuania that are used on farms in the UK. In return, we offer scientific instruments and textiles. and we can do so much more together. As we look to the future, there are almost limitless opportunities for collaboration as we seek to build a greener, technically advanced world. Let us exchange ideas on utilising green hydrogen in our transport and industrial sectors, explore the future of carbon capture and storage technologies, and discuss how electrical vehicles can change the future of our national infrastructures. We're keen to share the UK's experience of developing the offshore wind industry and to work together on a range of technological advancements in cybersecurity, 5G, and smart cities. Let us continue building links between our business communities and bring our trading relationship ever closer. It's a priority for the UK to build on the strong relationship between operators in the UK and Lithuanian financial services sector. And as in so many areas, our approaches to financial markets and regulation are similar. Lithuania's progressive legal system and its supportive environment that encourages growth has put Lithuania on the global financial technologies map. This points to the UK and Lithuania continuing to work together, developing the new regulatory framework and sharing best practice to support the development of new technologies around the world. Finally, I wanted to round off my remarks by highlighting the importance of tackling climate change. The science is clear. We must act. This means significantly accelerating and intensifying action and doing so urgently if we are to have a chance of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. I welcome the Lithuanian government's plan to establish long-term climate objectives to develop a circular economy and become climate neutral by 2050. We urge all countries to bring forward enhanced emission reduction targets for 2030 and to come to the COP26 conference in Glasgow in November, ready to present concrete plans on how to achieve these targets. The economic case is clear. Clean growth presents the most significant economic growth opportunity of the 21st century. The cost of renewables has fallen, and solar and wind energy are predicted to undercut the cost of gas almost everywhere by 2030. Our future, as partners working together, will go from strength to strength through accepting the reality of where we are today and seizing the myriad opportunities for collaboration that we're discussing at this round table. I really look forward to building a greener, healthier, more just world together, a world where human rights are respected, even by those who currently are blatantly ignoring them, including those who are not so far from here. But together we can and we will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. And we still have about 12 minutes left for discussion. So let me use this precious time of yours and ask some question. Actually, one question also addressed to our European Minister, Arnoldas, just to finalize the discussion. So, well, we are politicians, you know, our time is limited. And you mentioned, and as well as Arnoldas, a lot of areas really where we could, you know, strengthen our cooperation. But if you would choose, you know, 2-3 areas short term that we would, you know, we should engage, and let me provoke you, I like it in the debates. For example, you know, I have also extensive experience in diplomacy. UK was always our friend, the best friend on enlarging EU and NATO to the east. You know, we have Biden administration now. Is it the area where we could cooperate, you know, membership action plans for Ukraine, Georgia, Belarus freedom, challenges to democracy in Georgia? Well, of course, we will discuss deeper defense issues in the next panel. But some people say, look, Lithuanians are demanding permanent presence of American troops in Lithuania. Why not permanent presence of British troops in Lithuania? Or is it economy? You know, maybe we have to do something much better in economy. Or is it people? We have such a powerful potential of Lithuanians now in UK. Maybe we have to strengthen that link. What about think tanks, for example? We don't have any think tank. We have a lot of American think tanks in Vilnius, but no British think tank. Why not? And actually, you are the best in this area, I think, in Europe. Your analytical capabilities are top. Universities or cybersecurity or disinformation wars. But from where you would start, or maybe China, where, you know, Baltics might be the bravest in pushing out the Chinese empire, including in 17+1 format. Maybe we could unite our forces here. So just a lot of ideas, but from where would you start? Because there is a big interest in Lithuania to create kind of more effective strategic partnership with UK, as we actually have with America, having at least 1/4 of our nation emigrated there from 18th century. About 1 million of Lithuanians of Americans of Lithuanian descent. Please, Minister, sorry, long question.
It is a long question. Actually, it's a really good question. And it's probably one that I think we could probably debate and talk about as politicians for much longer than the time that I have. But for me, what it goes to the heart of here is the relationship between the UK and Lithuania and the strong relationship that we have. We have a really, that we can continue to build upon. It's very difficult for me to pick out one or two things because I want us to work on so many different areas. But what I would say is that let's not forget the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary and our government. We have all made it very clear that although we're leaving the UK, although the UK is leaving the EU, we're not leaving Europe. And, with the UK and Lithuania having so many shared interests, our shared democratic values, a desire to promote and defend the rules-based international system that forms the bedrock of our collaboration. I think by really focusing on that gives us the groundwork, the framework onto which we can build so many of those really important topics that you have mentioned. Be that defence, which is really important, be that climate change, which is both for today and for the future. All those other areas that we cooperate on, be that disinformation, be that cyber. Also, let's not forget trade. And the one thing that I think in all of this, having listened to speeches today and looking at the programme, is just remembering those really strong people-to-people links that we have between our countries, because I think that really underpins the strong relationship that we have. But so I cannot pick out one or two topics, I'm afraid, Mr. Chair. I'm giving you a politician's answer here, probably. But I think because they're all so closely linked together, but it is all underpinned by the strong relationship that we have between our two countries.
Yes, I agree, and that's why we'll have a lot of ministers today from Lithuanian side trying to dig deeper, because the area is vast in front of us as the opportunities to develop those relations. Arnoldai, koks tavo?
Arnoldas, what is your answer? Where do we start so that the strategic partnership is impinged? And we will look into each of the fields in greater detail later, but what is the general view of you as our European ministers, so to say? Thank you, Žygimantas. Madam Minister mentioned so many areas, and this demonstrates that the potential is huge. And it's hard to distinguish one or two areas spontaneously within this debate. I think that some of the untapped potential includes economy, because the UK today is the sixth in our export partners for Lithuania. 1.5 billion euros comes from exports, but there's a huge potential for increasing this relationship, because most of us, even of our experts, exports is wood and plastics and furniture, but we can well speak about fintech. We can well speak about print tech and life sciences, modern areas, especially science and research, where through cooperation with the UK in economic terms, which we could expand. And the secondly, I believe untapped potential for us is education, because today, for many Lithuanian students, this is a very relevant topic. It will be difficult for many Lithuanian students to apply to ensure their funding of studies in the UK, and UK is a dream destination for many of Lithuania's best, brightest minds. But this is also a potential, given that the UK remains in the European educational program, and the grant program that will replace the Erasmus Plus is also an opportunity. We need to talk among each other and invite not only students but also professors, and be open to exchanges of lectures and good practices. The UK has huge potential, huge experience, and positioned very strongly in the academic field. And Eastern Partnership by no means is an untapped potential, and UK's engagement is hugely important, both in human rights areas and freedom areas. And apart from politics and sanctions versus Russia, we also need a daily work with our partners, soft power, with our partners in Kiev, Chisinau, and Tbilisi, through reforming the institutions and making them more respectable, responsive, democratic, accountable, and stable. And UK's experience in this respect is hugely important. Regardless of the withdrawal of the UK from the EU, this would be commendable to see the UK active in the strategically important region. Thank you, Arnold, that's very much indeed.
Last question, really, I promise. Just to European Minister, Honorable Wendy Morton, would you be so kind to visit Lithuania this year? After pandemic, of course.
Absolutely. I really look forward to coming on a visit, subject to COVID, subject to diary. Absolutely. Is that a good answer?
Wonderful. It's exactly what we want to hear. And thank you so much, really, for your presence. And now we are moving to the hard stuff, cooperation in security and defense area. And here I would kindly ask the director of our Institute of International Relations and Political Sciences to take the duties of moderation and call other panelists. Thank you so much, and we are continuing going deep into hard security stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Pavilonis.
Thank you, Mr. Pavilonis, for the opportunity to moderate such an important panel with respected participants. The UK's withdrawal from the EU has challenged many of the friends of the UK. We had many questions as to what next. Joint issues were many, and one of the areas where we had concerns was defense, because Lithuania and other Baltic states see the UK as one of the key partners in security and defense. In the EU, defense is not the most important field. However, in the UK's input towards EU's defense policy, irrespective of some of the reservations, have been huge over the past few years. The UK's withdrawal from the EU may have impact on the political and defense matters, and this is why this panel is so important. We need to see what are the challenges and what are the opportunities, and there are many opportunities because the UK still remains our important partner both in NATO and in other area in multilateral formats. The UK is a framework country in Estonia. We take part in CHEF forces. UK's decision to increase its defense budget this year sends an important signal. This means that UK will remain an important country in the defense field, and our cooperation is hugely important because in political terms we agree on foreign policy and security matters. The recent RN study has mentioned that the UK, as it searches for partners in Europe in a variety of fields, should look forward to cooperation with Baltic countries and Poland, and Lithuania was mentioned as one of the key possible partners. Therefore, in this panel, we will cover the challenges and the opportunities, and it is my huge privilege and pleasure to give the floor to the first speaker in the panel, Minister of National Defense, Mr. Arvydas Anušauskas.
Laba diena.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me well and you can see me well. Indeed, the United Kingdom is an exceptional country and an exceptional partner to Lithuania and to our region. And the Brexit has not changed this. Recently, I talked to the British diplomats, and they stressed that although the United Kingdom would leave the EU, it would not leave Europe. It is very important to have the United Kingdom as partner in security and defense. I believe that our cooperation in security and defense policy has always been very active with the United. This cooperation has been active not only because we have 250,000 of Lithuanians residing in the United Kingdom. For several cooperation projects have already been mentioned, but I also have to mention the fact that the United Kingdom is one of the countries that contributes most actively to the NATO air policing mission over the Baltics. It participated in the mission for a number of times already. There are debates as to the future nature of the mission, but I am convinced that since the United Kingdom remains a member country of NATO, it will continue to contribute to the missions here in the Baltics. On the other hand, the joint expeditionary forces that are led by the United Kingdom are very important. It is a very important format in ensuring European security. When we talk about the ability of states to act together and to deter the threats, the emerging threats, many meetings are organized. Lithuania has also allocated some capabilities for the joint expeditionary forces. These capabilities are not very significant, but still we have contributed, and I'd like to thank the United Kingdom for leading this format. NATO has its own response force timelines. The response time of the Joint Expeditionary Forces are different. On the one hand, we consistently develop cooperation between the armed forces of our countries, including participation in maritime, land missions, joint exercises, joint trainings. Consultations on cybersecurity issues are very important in the 21st century, and we hold constant consultations with the United Kingdom. The Lithuanian Ministry of National Defense is responsible for addressing these issues, and we maintain close cooperation with the United Kingdom. There are other formats for providing, let's say, support and assistance for Ukraine. A few days ago, there was a meeting chaired by the United Kingdom Lithuania participates in this format as well in providing support to Ukraine, which faces major challenges. I also have to mention the acquisitions in the military field. Defense acquisitions also demonstrate the level of cooperation between the countries. Quite recently, we have signed an agreement on the acquisition of minesweepers. When it comes to the withdrawal of the United Kingdom from the European Union, Europe has not become stronger in terms of security and defense policy because the budget of the UK to defense was rather huge. It was 1/4 of all the expenses, defense expenses of the EU. So the withdrawal of the UK is a major loss in this term. Also, the United Kingdom has modern technologies, which means that following the withdrawal of the United Kingdom, the modern technology capabilities in the European Union have decreased, which means that this will hinder the capability of the European Union to respond effectively to the challenges. After the withdrawal of the United Kingdom from the EU, we have lost the country that used to support us when it comes to transatlantic relations. I'm convinced that the United Kingdom has mentioned on numerous occasions what connivance to Russia might bring to Europe and to the world. The Brexit negotiations have been very long and tiring. The negotiations are over now. It is therefore high time we started the debate on cooperation in mutually beneficial areas. I am convinced that Lithuania will continue to see the United Kingdom as an important partner in defense and security policy. It should be granted a special status because the United Kingdom will never be a third country to Lithuania, and not because I have mentioned of the many Lithuanians who live in the United Kingdom, but because of many mutual interests that we share. To conclude, I'd like to say that I hope that in the nearest future, the United Kingdom will see the need to continue the debate on common interests in the field of security and defense. I believe that we do share interests, a common interest in this field, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Well, indeed, there is a number of projects that will keep the United Kingdom in Europe even after its withdrawal from the United Kingdom. Therefore, Lithuania is very interested to keep Britain in PESCO projects, ADF Foundation, and so on. Therefore, I believe that we do have some mutual interests between Lithuania and the UK. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Tom Tugendhat, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the UK House of Commons. The floor is yours, Mr. Tugendhat.
Thank you very much indeed, my friends. It's an enormous pleasure to be with you this morning. And frankly, listening to the minister's speech there and the warmth of the expression of his feeling towards the UK, I'm very touched that my first visit to Lithuania is through the technology that he spoke about so clearly. Now, sadly, this isn't a physical meeting because I would love to be with you in Vilnius, but all I can say is as soon as we're allowed to travel, as soon as we are released, then I will be with you myself, because it would be a great privilege to join you directly. Please excuse me, this is not COVID, this is just a cough, so I can assure you, you're not going to catch any virtual disease. So the reason this relationship matters to me is because this is fundamental to the UK's perception, not only of itself, but our reality as a global power. Many people see the sea as a barrier, but we who live on it know very well that it is not. It's a highway. And for the last 2,000 years, Lithuania and the UK, and indeed many other countries along the way, have been joined in the corridor, across the corridor of the Baltic and the North Sea, and shared an enormous amount. Now, it's quite right that we look today at the Lithuanian population in the UK and recognize that as the second largest expatriate population in the world, second only to the United States, the UK matters hugely to Lithuania. But actually, it always has done. Because the reality is that whether it was ancestors, both of us, who came in longboats to raid each other's territories, sometimes fighting cousins, not just brothers, or whether it was the Hanseatic League that saw that violence turned into trade and prosperity, and which is so remembered by the knight who makes up your flag. It is absolutely vital that we remember that the bond between our peoples is key to both of our prosperity. Now, this never became clearer, really, than it did at your independence 100 years ago. The reason Britain stood with you then and stands with you today is, of course, because we recognize that as a free people, Lithuanians absolutely deserve their sovereign right to choose their own future. But it's also because we recognized that standing together, we make ourselves stronger as well as you. And this, of course, is the principle that underpins NATO. And that's why I was very glad, excuse me, to hear the minister speaking so powerfully about Britain's place within the European family and also about our place within the security and defense arena. Because what we've seen in recent years is we've seen NATO tested in a way that we haven't for about 20 years. This is the first time, really, in Lithuania's life as a NATO member that we are seeing such aggression on all sides. Now, with my good friend and colleague Zigis, we have been calling out some of this aggression in places like Belarus, and indeed, although not a member, in Georgia, where we're seeing the expansion of Russian activity by different means in Ukraine, and where we're seeing it even within the heart of Europe itself. And this is where our partnership matters so much. Because the reality is your experience under Soviet occupation means that you are almost uniquely well placed to understand what is going on and how we can resist together. And our ability, yes, as a military power, of course, but most importantly, as a technological power, enabling not just Lithuania to resist, but actually to prosper, is absolutely fundamental to our own prosperity and our own future. So I'm looking forward very much to seeing how we work together. Now, you will have heard this morning from Minister Wendy Morton, who I'm sure gave you a very good description of the Foreign Office's position. But I am freed from the constraints of ministerial office. So if you'll forgive me, I will give you my own position of where I think we should have ambition, not just to have a status quo, but to develop it. Because actually, I think there is a huge opportunity for us both. And the reality is that your relationship with us was never and will never be solely about our relationship to the European Union. Now, many of us argued to stay in the European Union, but that decision has been taken, and we are now out. But as the minister put it, we're not a third country. We're always a close partner. And we are for geographical reasons, we are for military reasons, we are for every reason, but mostly for family. And so finding a way to make this family, this European collective, work better is the real challenge. It's not just about looking at the bureaucracy of customs forms or the challenges of migration. It's about looking at what we want for our peoples in different ways. And I think this is where actually Lithuania could prove a leader amongst European member states, and the UK could test and adapt ideas alongside you. Because depending on how we approach this, depending on how we engage on a bilateral basis and how you are able to leverage that in a multilateral setting, I think we can see a very different future, a very open future for the UK within Lithuania, but also for the UK in Europe, and perhaps most importantly for Lithuania in the wider world. I would like to see Lithuania using the UK as a springboard to the world. Because the reality is, although you are, through emigration in many different parts of the world, a traveling people, the like of which very few other countries match, the size of your country means it is hard to have the network of embassies and network of support. But this is where the UK can help. Now, traditionally, of course, you've always drawn on a European Union partner, but why should you not also have the support from a friendly country like us? And likewise, if you look at the way that trade works and the trading connections between our peoples have always been so close, why could we not find ways, to work together through trade partnerships that leverage off each other? I think the relationship can be a lot closer than it is. And in many ways, I think there are gaps within the existing relationships within the European Union and NATO, which allow us to fill and to become much better partners together. Now, over coming years, this is going to be a difficult thing to achieve, because we all know, sadly, as we have seen in recent years, that divorces can lead to rancorous words and to phrases that we may regret. And that happens, sadly, on both sides. But actually, it's also important to remember that we're not here really talking about the end of a relationship, but the beginning of a new one. The reality is that Britain's relationship with Europe has been and will always be changing. And our membership of the European Union lasted 47 years. Now, that's only a year longer than your occupation under the Soviet Union. So when we think about the transition, it's definitely worth remembering that the future is much more important than the past. And this is where I would like to see us develop. So perhaps I'm going to push this on my friend and colleague Zigis, who has been a good friend these recent weeks and months, and suggest that we start to look at ways in which we can fill these gaps. Where are the university connections? Where are the company connections? Where are the students who can go to each other's colleges? Where are the soldiers who can train together, the businesses that can cooperate? How can we recreate, not just with each other, but actually building up partnerships, wider cultural partnerships perhaps, to draw upon the strengths of our past? Many years ago, the Hanseatic Knights set up free ports and free cities around the Baltic and around the North Sea. I think their example to all of us is one that should not challenge the European Union, but build upon it. It should not challenge NATO, but strengthen it. It should not undermine Britain's independence, but reinforce it. And I hope, most of all, that it will build the relationship between our two peoples that has been so strong for so many years and can now only deepen further. So when you see Britain sat at the G7 or the G20, when you hear Britain's voice in as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, I hope you will remember that part of that voice can be yours and that we are very, very keen to share some of the benefits that we have with you so that you can share some of the benefits that you have with us. So I look forward very much to deepening this relationship and making it stronger and stronger over the years. Thank you.
Didelis dėkui, pirmininkė.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, indeed, the world is changing. There are many transformations. There are new threats that are emerging. Some countries are withdrawing from international organizations, while others are joining international organizations. So we simply have to learn how to live. We have to learn how to create and develop new synergies. As you have said, the future is open for us. We have to just simply start from scratch, from the blank paper. Therefore, it is very important to have a vision as to where each our partner stands in our security and defense policy. Lithuania has made many steps when it comes to strengthening defense and security in our country. Lithuania is also drafting a new national security strategy. And, well, we have taken into account the United Kingdom whenever we withdraw those plans. But now I'd like to give the floor to the Chair of the Committee on National Security and Defense, Mr. Laurynas Kasčiūnas.
Thank you very much indeed. I am grateful to all who have organized this excellent event. Intellectual and important answers need important vision. What is the place of the UK in our today's defense policy in the broad sense? Well, before answering that, we have to see how the UK will see itself after Brexit. We see that after the referendum 2016, the UK leaders has raised the idea of a global leader, of the UK as a global leader. The UK has always seen itself not as a European power alone. We agree that UK's withdrawal from the EU doesn't mean it's a withdrawal from Europe. We all know about NATO, which is, in terms of security, the greatest effort of collective defense in global history, and Great Britain's input is one of the largest in NATO. How will the Britons see themselves after Brexit? I would love it to see the global idea of the global UK implemented. in the UK that connects all global democracies and supports the rule-based law based on democratic values and regulations. Its participation in NATO Security Council, the nuclear powers and other resources, and its budget for development aid will play a role. But on the other side, some Britons say they should attach more importance to territorial defense and simplify their role, come back to their own island. And Lithuania should also answer the question as to what they would like Britain to be after Brexit. Global Britain is what goes better in line with our national interests than Britain's coming back home to the island state. So Britain's self-brimed image is important in the security architecture for its role in the future. Transatlantic Europe is the security and the guarantee of our security. I support the transatlantic Europe idea, and Britain's role in this respect is vastly important. As previously said by some of our presenters, Britons always used to ensure the openness for transatlantic relations of Europe. It was a bridge between Europe and America. As soon as the Britons decided to withdraw from the European Union, in Europe we had a new move for strategic autonomy. I'm very reserved towards strategic autonomy. If Europe opts for strategic autonomy, it will not become an independent force. It will become an arena of power of third powers. This is important in terms of strategic autonomy. Therefore, we need to search for opportunities in the joint security policy for Britain to gain a special status, because their contribution to European-led operations and to the matters I've enumerated was the fastest in the EU. In European terms, losses are huge, but we can compensate for that by offering Britain a special status, which would ensure the same bridge and not the closeness if we choose for strategic autonomy. Because if via strategic autonomy you are less dependent on America, you will become more dependent on America and Russia. So special status is hugely important. Secondly, the UK is vastly important for our defense and deterrence in the Baltic states. Britons can see the Baltic state as the part and parcel of their deterrent policy from Eastern despotic countries. Therefore, they are interested in supporting our security. They believe this is part of NATO's security, and this is practical, and it has a practical importance. The Baltic states, together with Nordic countries and the Netherlands, have joined the UK-led Joint Expeditionary Force that can deploy over 10,000 troops for fight against modern threats. This is a hugely important instrument in view of our willingness to have deterrence measures in place and our defense package. We have to work on that, and we have to find ways to reinforce this initiative in various areas of defense. The Joint Expeditionary Force is not just about cooperation and tactical integration of the participants, but also joint procurement, development, and military doctrine and concepts that can be developed jointly. Another new matter that relates with a growing new power in China is the British decision by 2027 to remove the unsafe technology from the 5G network. This demonstrates where we can cooperate. The Lithuanian government also has an ambitious goal of within 5 next years to becoming independent from unsafe technologies. So we can exchange practices and solutions, and we may have bilateral agreements. This is hugely important. Together with Mr. Paviljonis, we will have a joint meeting of our committees on that matter and to discuss what we do with 5G and secure suppliers. How do we manage the situation so that we don't become part of a China-led technosphere? When I read the speeches from Biden administration, we speak more about security in terms of reinforcing our deterrence of a political system, the resilience of our political systems. In the 2020 policy documents, there are ideas to increase, to establish a democratic resilience center on democracy resilience. So defense will depend on countries' resilience to kleptocracies and kleptocratic regimes. In view of the relations with autocracies, we have a lot of things to do. The UK is considering, as far as I know, adopting a law on transparency of registration of non-NATO countries' technologies, and I also have similar ideas for Lithuania. So these are my ideas that come to the joint bank of ideas, so we can consider. And in historical terms, Britons were always nearby at all times. This is why they are not a third country for Lithuania. They are allies. They are our value-based partners. Thank you. Thank you, Laurynas Kasčiūnas, indeed, for such an impressive list of specific projects that cover both the conventional threats and response to them, and the new threats to security and political matters, as well as targets and tasks. Both Lithuania and the UK have a lot to do to implement these matters, and we only need to find ways to have shared interests and to move on. There will always be plenty of work in that area. I'm privileged to give the floor now to our next keynote speaker, Tomas Jarmalavičius, a research fellow at the International Center for Defense and Security in Estonia. He will provide an independent view from the academic circles. In academic circles, you know, you can be freer to criticize and freer to imagine the relations between the UK and Lithuania in the future. Let me contribute with one more detail. Thomas works in Estonia. For Estonia, the UK is highly important because it's a framework country for NATO forward presence forces. By 2023, we have those forces. But what happens next? Well, it is highly important for us to ensure that the forward presence remains in our region. So British participation in the forward presence is important both for Estonia and Lithuania. Thomas, the floor is yours. Thank you, Margarita. I'm coming to you from the Tallinn, where we have just recently marked the Independence Day. Let me start by saying that we heard a lot about the political and economic context of relations between the UK and Lithuania. But there are some concerns over Britain's ambitions and choices. We had the global Britain concept. Britain wants to be more global in their views and action. How far are they ready to go is a question. How far from the realities of Europe will it move? Prime Minister Johnson's speech at the Defence Conference draws a clear line that these democratic ambitions will ensure stability in the Euro-Atlantic area and safety at home. And it talks about Britain's role in that respect. However, there are still some concerns left. How will Britain deal with its relations with the EU's defense and cooperation mechanisms? The UK doesn't want to remain a simple third country, but as for special status, only a unified decision between the countries that participate in that framework of cooperation can decide on that. Lithuania will support this idea that UK should be a part of PESCO and other cooperation agreements. Cyber defense is also important. Maybe we should agree that the UK joins this PESCO project is led by Lithuania in cybersecurity. I think it was a practical and very important solution, and it would open ways and pathways for cooperation of importance for the internet. In any case, the UK is not a simple third country. What priority partners does the UK see for itself? Recently, the External Council, Relations Council of the EU has established that France and Germany are UK's highest priority partners. The Netherlands and Italy are in second rank, and the third rank are Poland and Romania. Well, okay, what can Lithuania and Estonia offer to Britain so they attach more importance to us and so that we become priority partner in the region? What can we offer? So another question is, where will UK's interventionist interests lead it? And instinct for projecting is its global power. It's a pity that the UK has withdrawn, because France is now the only country left that has its projects for a global role. We know that the Far East, Asia, India, Pacific and Africa are areas where the UK sees its role. Will we be able to maintain the UK's ability to engage with our region is a question. And finally, what will be the result of the review of integrated defense review? The report will be published in March. But the land component will probably become the third brother, playing quite a limited role in UK's ambitions. The life power deficit question is not clear how it will be solved. There is a 12,000 deficit of power troops in the UK forces, and land forces like 9,000 troops. There are few servicemen, and maybe after the review there will be not more of them, but the global ambition is huge. Also, huge focus will be on qualitative development, new technology, artificial intelligence in defense area, robotics, autonomy, airspace technology, and coming from the industrial era, focus on platforms, and we will move to information area, focus on systems. So we have a lot of challenges in place. Lithuania's and Estonia's experts used to see their countries as the key stakeholders in cooperation with the UK on bilateral format outside the EU development mechanisms. In Europe, there's clarity that Lithuania and Estonia lead forward. We have the NATO cooperation, we have forward presence, we have air policing groups, and we have the JEF, Joint Expeditionary Force. What is the added value to that multinational formats can be created through bilateral cooperation? Can we create added value at all? Can we give Lithuania's interests a greater visibility in London? Our bilateral relations have to cover the plans and interests of both countries, and the visibility of our interests will be a challenge to our defense and diplomacy and other areas of diplomacy. Investment into deterrence. NATO has 9 basic requirements for NATO member states for increasing its deterrence, resilience, and national responsibility of cooperation with countries like Britain are vastly valued. Exchange of insights and technologies is part of that. Cooperation in surveillance. Bilateral trust has to be reinforced in view of the threats from Russia. New NATO cyber area has to be also taken into account, and this is one of the areas we can concentrate our bilateral cooperation on. Of course, defense and security and technologies within that will mean we will be a competitor of the EU, because the EU has a lot of money according to that area on research and innovation in defense technologies. Some of us believe this is an investment into France's academic development on defense, but even so, it offers opportunities for our innovators, so it will all depend on our ability to cooperate with the UK. We will have to ensure interoperability with UK. If UK moves fast within technologies and we focus on the traditional capacities and capabilities, we will lag behind, and we will lack compatibility, regardless of whether we have or not have JEF. We have to become part of the technological alliance, and Britain will also use its global force concepts by construing that alliance, but we have to do our homework. Defense budget on R&D, where is it? Lithuania and Estonia never record money to R&D in that area. In 5 to 10 years' time, we'll have problems and we'll be lagging behind our priority partners. And finally, we have to focus on bilateral cooperation. For London, we're interesting as part of a multilateral compound such as JEF. Allied Rapid Reaction Corps, UK-led force, is important, and we could think of contributing to that. In multilateral formats, we will be most visible and interesting for London, but in bilateral terms, we are limited. We are a small country. Our priorities have already been set as cooperation with the US and Poland. We have a lot of cooperation with Germany. If we look at the acquisitions from Germany, that's a lot that entails we'll have some technological and logistical relations with Germany rather than the UK. So how much energy we will be able to accord to cultivate bilateral relations with the UK is questionable. Regardless of these concerns and limitations, it's hugely important to have interoperability of minds. In view of the threats and measures we have to take. And on Estonia and Russia, I heard colleagues from London saying that we're too focused on Russia with the same decisions and we cannot suggest anything new. We have to find new solutions. On hard defense capabilities, we have heard from our British colleagues that we are outdated in our mindset, even though in terms of threats from Russia we are more realistic than UK's inhabitants. We still need more focus on bilateral dialogue and multilateral dialogue with Britons so that compatibility of minds remains in place. We have good cooperation with Britons so far, and regardless of the withdrawal from the EU, we should commend these relations, even though some partners may have some regrets over Britain. This is not the case with Lithuania. We have huge potential. Thank you.
Už labai išsame
Thank you, Thomas, for a very extensive overview of the opportunities and challenges that we face. It seems that there's a huge number of challenges. Well, as you have rightly mentioned, Lithuania, Estonia are small countries, and we have to focus very specifically on partners such as the United Kingdom. We also face with some other threats that need funding and resources. So we have completed the major part of the panel when it comes to presentations, and now I'd like to give the floor, to open the floor for questions, and I see that Mr. Žygimantas Pavilionis is ready to raise a question.
Tom is still with us. I really appreciate so much. I have two questions, one kind of simple and another difficult. Well, simple, I don't know, is it simple or not, but we are now doing Georgia with you. What do you think should be our policy there? Because For some, it's a mental change. We've been supporting Georgia, and now you have those authoritarian tendencies there. So what shall we do with those? Shall we allow, our friends to be imprisoned, or and shake their hands and think NATO membership, or we should get, some kind of more value-based approach? And then more difficult question, I just get the phrase that we should fill the gaps. Actually, we have a security and defense gap in the Baltics. And we need a base, British base, just simple. American base, British base. Shall we fight for it, Tom? Is it realistic, to convince big London that we need a British base in Lithuania?
Mr. Paviljonis, and the question goes to?
Tom Tugendhat, my friend from London.
Okay.
Thank you, Jigis. Look, it's always a pleasure to hear your questions, because they lead me down avenues that I want to go, but have been careful about expressing. The reality is, what we're seeing in Georgia is a very serious threat to the values that we think matter for a NATO partner, for a European partner. Now, nobody questions, and certainly I don't, and I know, because we've spoken about it, that you don't, that Georgia's place fundamentally is in the heart of the European family. There's no doubt about that. The challenge is, how does it get there? Now, we know that years of Soviet occupation destroys a people and a culture. So we appreciate that Georgia is rebuilding, and we all respect her journey on that. And we also appreciate that recent events have seen a level of violence that, frankly, everybody condemns. But the bit that I think concerns me most of all, and I think you'd probably agree, but I'll leave you to speak for yourself, is that the echoes of Russian activity in Tbilisi are really concerning. Now, this is where I think we need to work extremely closely together to make sure that we continue to offer an olive branch to Georgia. Of course, we want Georgia to be part of our community. Absolutely, it's a European country. And for those of us who visited, it's a fabulous, wonderful place with amazing culture and amazingly active and dynamic people. So we do want a path for Georgia to come back towards us. But the actions that we've seen in recent weeks is really concerning and must end. We must condemn the violence, and we must support the democracy. Excuse me. Your question about a British base is interesting. As you know, there is already in Operation Kebrit a base in Estonia, and we have the air policing role, which many of us consider absolutely essential. This is not, may I be quite clear, this is not just a gift to the Baltic people. This is fundamental to the defense of the United Kingdom. The reason we are patrolling the skies over Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia is to extend our defensive perimeter further out than it would be if it were just over Essex and Kent. Now, this is clearly a very sensible thing in our interest, and I'm very, very pleased that it also protects our friends in Vilnius, in Riga, and elsewhere. Now, the question about a base is a difficult one, because, of course, basing is extremely costly, and at the moment we're all facing the same question over the economy that we see. And Thomas made a very good point that, at the moment the UK armed forces are smaller than many of us would like them to be. Now, I would be, certainly supportive if friends of ours from all NATO countries were to support, were to contact our Defence Secretary and our Foreign Secretary and inform them their views. But if I may, and I say this as a friend, the Lithuanian armed forces are extremely capable, but they too are small. And shared investment means that we both take our share of the burden. Now, that doesn't mean that I expect Lithuania to be buying, hundreds of F-35s. I think that would be absurd. But sharing the burden in ways that work is wise. And we do know that Lithuania has huge technical strengths. We do know that your abilities in intelligence work, for example, that your infantry has demonstrated, proven itself in several different operations. We do know that your navy has got very serious capabilities, and so finding ways in which Lithuania as well plays its part in the complicated web that is NATO alliance and general defence would be very welcome. And I know you do a lot already, but seeing how you could do more would be certainly well received. One of the things that I notice when I, as you may know, I was a soldier for a number of years, and my last job was as the military assistant to the chief of the defence staff, working for a very wonderful and inspiring General Sir David Richards. And one of the things I noticed when he went around is how many countries wanted to plug and play, as it were, with the UK. It's very difficult to work with the Americans. I say this as somebody who loves America very dearly and is very, very pro-American. I am, as Zigis will know, a very strong Atlanticist. But they are a very, very large country with a huge armed forces. And so the interactions with them, it's you can find yourself rolled over by accident. And they're not trying to be difficult, but it's just they're a very large organization. And so one of the ways in which I've noticed that it quite often works is for different formations to plug into each other. And we saw this with an Estonian unit and a Danish unit in Helmand working within a British brigade, the British brigade working within an American division, so on and so on. And this way of sort of finding the level at which you wish to plug in, if you like. So 2 ships as part of a British squadron, 1 Lithuanian, 1 Danish, 1 Lithuanian, 1 Estonian, whatever it happens to be, a company or a battalion as part of a British brigade would allow you, I think, that step change to really play your role. I think it would also draw skill and talent down into the Lithuanian armed forces because you get wider experience. But it would also demonstrate very clearly your commitment to our shared values. And I know that doesn't need demonstrating very much to me, but to others it always makes a good point.
Ačiū labai. Ar mes
Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions, since we still have some time for debate? Well, there are no more questions, so I'll have one question for all the keynote speakers. We've heard many who said that the United Kingdom is very important for Lithuania, that it is very important to develop cooperation and various projects with the United Kingdom. But Thomas has rightly asked what we could offer to the United Kingdom, what exceptional could we offer to the United Kingdom. Being small, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia are still important partners for the United Kingdom. We are supporters when it comes to very important questions, but the size of the country usually determines with which countries we cooperate more. So, shall we offer initiatives ourselves, or to establish or engage in various projects in the United Kingdom? So how do you see the opportunities for Lithuania to be more important for the United Kingdom? So I'd like to start with the Minister. Thank you. Unfortunately, I have another meeting, so just before I leave, I'd like to say that, well, there is some untapped potential when it comes to networking, but, well, the expertise that we can provide and the cooperation that has been mentioned in intelligence are very important. This cooperation is very close, and the expertise on the region is very significant. The knowledge and the expertise that we receive from our partners is also very important for us. security field is not open for the public eye, but still our commitment for security and for cooperation is very strong. We, as a small country, can provide our expertise and know-how when it comes to regional security. I believe that any impetus, any movement, any development in any negative developments in our region would have serious repercussions for the wider region. Be it the developments in the Kaliningrad region or Belarus. I believe that Lithuania could be a very important partner for the UK when providing information. I do agree with what has been said about innovations. There is a need for a stronger push, and that there is a lot of untapped potential. I hope that the risk capital foundation will help to will serve as this driver for developing innovations. But I believe that there is a need for a more consistent position of our government. I believe that, Germans will not, the changes will not be that fast as we have expected. Thank you, and sorry, because I have to leave now. Now, I'd like to move to another speaker and to the United Kingdom. What would you expect from Lithuania?
Skills that Lithuanians offer are to do with intelligence, frankly. The military commitment is important, of course, and I certainly don't belittle it. But the two great gifts that Lithuania gives the UK is, first of all, the extension of our defensive perimeter several thousand miles east, which is not a small gift. That is a very important part of our defense. And the second element is your very deep understanding of quite a lot of the situations we're facing today. Look, when we look at Belarus, for example, you understand it better because these are the tactics that we used on you for 46 years. And so Lithuanian people really do have a very deep understanding of how disinformation and oppression can be used to control. So I think that there's an awful lot of lessons that we can draw from Lithuania and partnership that we can get from your expertise. So I hope very much that over coming years, we will deepen, for example, the disinformation unit in NATO, and that your role in that will become increasingly important. And that along with many others, in fact, I'm thinking particularly of the new NATO Deputy Secretary General, Baiba Baraje, who was the Latvian ambassador here in the UK, we will be able to find really impressive ways of leveraging your experience to strengthen our defense. And I think there's an awful lot you can do there. But I have to say, the other thing I would like to say that Lithuania gives to the UK is the softer side of defense, if you like, which is the support to the economy. We all know that defense doesn't sit on its own. Defense has to be paid for. People have to turn up. People have to have uniforms and weapons and equipment. And that doesn't come from nothing. That comes from the ability to have a growing and developing economy. And there, Lithuania's technical expertise is a very high caliber. So first of all, that is a major contribution. And secondly, the partnership that we have, the commercial partnership that we have, that is reflected in so many different ways, is absolutely fundamental to both our defense as well.
Dėkui ponui Tagendotui ir
Thank you. And now, to conclude, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Kasčiūnas and to Mr. Jarmalavičius. Thank you. I believe that we are all in the process of looking for ways to cooperate with the United Kingdom. we either have the we will either have the bilateral cooperation or regional cooperation plan with the United Kingdom. Well, I know that there are countries which would like to see the United Kingdom as a third country, but it's not the case with Lithuania. I believe that Lithuania should have some kind of different path to cooperate with the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom will always be important for the European Union when it comes to crucial, vital questions. I would also emphasize the NB8 plus the UK format, that is the Nordic Baltic countries plus the UK. It is the format that extends cooperation from the northern flank of Europe to the United Kingdom. And I believe that we should fill this cooperation format with many new initiatives. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kasčiūnas. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Tomas Jarmalavičius. Well, I'm still contemplating on the idea of using the Great Britain as the as a springboard. Well, I do agree that to adopt something in the European Union, we need the consensus of all the member states, while to cooperate with the United Kingdom would be very important, because we should make use of the United Kingdom as a springboard to developing innovations and technologies, as well as to the operational world. The profession, the military profession, is a very practical one, which means that all these skills that you gain when you are a military person will be exploited in the future. Global Britain will be a reality in the future. Therefore, our engagement and participation with the United Kingdom is an expression of solidarity, but still the United Kingdom will be a channel for using our experience in military operations. We still have to rely on the common sense, which is often lacking in the European bureaucracy. So I would wish for more common sense in our cooperation between Lithuania and the United Kingdom. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone who participated in this panel. We have finished with the debate in this panel. I'd like to wish everyone to have a vision for the future and to move forward. I wish every success to you.
And ačiū kitam Tomai, ačiū Laurinui, ačiū Margaritai. Ir mes dabar turime tokią, online
And now we are having an online coffee break. Just help yourself to a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, and we'll be looking forward to meeting you again at 12:30.
Labą dieną, ar mane girdite, ar geras ryšys?
Sveiki, girdim.
Super, gerai.
Jau galiu? Sveiki.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let us continue with the roundtable discussion, Brexit challenges and opportunities for Lithuania. And now, I'd like to welcome you to the debate titled Bilateral Economic Interests, Opportunities in Private Business and Innovation. As you know, well, the United Kingdom has withdrawn from the European Union but remained in Europe. It still is the biggest economies in Europe and the world. It is a very important economic partner both in investment and trade and in many other areas that are related to economy. The objective of this debate is to find out which ways we will take after the breakfast, since some time has already passed. But Brexit is not a final destination. It is a interim destination only, because the negotiations with the United Kingdom are underway, because there are still negotiations on finance, trade and science. And there are still many questions as to what the future will look like and what the opportunities are ahead for Lithuania in making use of the possibilities, in making use of the market of the United Kingdom, in attracting investment, and maybe what are the opportunities for Lithuania in becoming a window for the United Kingdom to the eastern part of Europe. This debate is attended by honorable keynote speakers. First, we have Mr. Dmitrijus Kutsavičius, who is the Director of the Department of the European Union and International Affairs from the Ministry of Economy and Innovation of the Republic of Lithuania. We also have Ms. Catherine Boyd, who is a Deputy Director of the European Secretariat of the Cabinet Office of the United Kingdom. Mr. Arūnas Laurinaitis is Vice President of the Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists. Ms. Daina Kleponi is the General Director of Enterprise Lithuania. Dalia Kreivienė is the Director of External Economic Relations Department at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At first, I'll invite every panelist to express their insights and views for 5 to 10 minutes. After the presentations, you will be able to put forward questions to the speaker. So without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to the first speaker, and that is Mr. Dmitrijus Kutsavičius. Mr. Kutsavičius, the floor is yours.
Aš labai blogai matau, ar mes turime?
Visibility is quite poor. Dimitrius, are you with us? Yes, I'm with you. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to take the floor first. Indeed, Brexit has demonstrated new opportunities and new challenges for our economic relations in business. We're happy about the agreement between the EU and Lithuania on trade and cooperation, which has helped us to start off, but it's an essential change as well. We are still thinking of how to go on and how to implement it in practice, because the UK is no longer part of the internal market of the EU. Our trade will no longer be as smooth as it used to be. Regardless of that, the UK will remain one of the key global economies and a key Lithuania's trade partner. Based on data from 2019, it's among the 8 or 9 key trade partners of Lithuania. Lithuania's trade companies that have solid experience in cooperation with third countries have all opportunities and every opportunity to dynamically adapt to the new challenges. On the other way, end of scale though, we are not alone in this. The EU exports to the UK 53% of its production. The UK exports 46% of its production to the EU. All of the instruments and measures that will allow us cooperate is part of the work of all of us, all EU member states. We will have shared interests in finding ways to adapt to the requirements of institutions on marking, certification, and other matters, on tax procedures, on establishing whether the products have been first made in the UK originally.
Tai tikrai
It's good that we are together on the same boat with other EU member states, and jointly we will make decisions that allow our companies to operate successfully. On the other hand, we often hear criticism on as to degrees of turnover. It's too early to make any conclusions yet. Business has to adapt. In 2020, in the second part of the year, the turnover from Lithuania to the UK had been increased. Some moved fast to export, others stored things in warehouses fast because they didn't know what would be the future. The trade and cooperation agreement was only adopted at a very late stage. So the UK still has the products from Lithuania in stock. 1 year transitional period has been foreseen for some products, so this year will be part of the transit period, and it's not useful to look at the results yet because data-proven conclusions will only be possible at the end of this year. As for the potential and ways to tap into the new opportunities, other new areas of cooperation, such as cooperation in innovation and technology, including life science and laser. The UK is quite progressive and invests a lot into innovation. It has high standards for products, and business of Lithuania that invests into innovation has a huge potential. As a success story, we can already quote the growing potential of Nanobionics, a company which is a young startup but which works well. It is an active stakeholder in the global space products, textile, life production, the cosmetics producer, Biokas are among other stakeholders. R&D development helps is important because the UK still is a member of associated member under Horizon 2020 Europe. We can promote cooperation between universities on promotion of new products and cooperation between companies. So life science and the other areas I mentioned should be part of our priorities. We would use those platforms such as Classic Photos, which has been in place for decades now. What can we attract from the UK? In the context of Brexit, Lithuania is quite attractive for UK's companies. Over the past 3 to 4 years, we knew that Brexit was going to be a reality. So over the past 3 years, 126 companies from the UK became part of our companies of Lithuania's business, started their operations, and 31 company of the past couple of years started working. So there are some success stories. We have specific companies, but also the greatest example of that move is Revolut. Revolut has reinforced Lithuania's aspirations for a fintech industry center. And there are 2 fintech capitals, London and Lithuania. Lithuania is now #1 fintech capital because of the Brexit. So there is some point of saturation. We are growing fast, 30 to 50% per year. There are tens of companies, fintech companies, that have the licenses from the Bank of Lithuania in Lithuania. We have to preserve that. Now, growth is slower compared to other great stakeholders in the EU, where the number of fintech companies is lower. We see opportunities for cooperation in other innovation ecosystems, such as FTech, education technologies, or game development and game distribution technologies. If we are to talk about the game industry and game technologies, 7 to 8 years ago, nobody talked about that in Lithuania at all. When we drafted in 2013 the first smart specialization program, the academic society criticized the game technology. Gaming platforms were foreseen for development, and research and academic community were critical. Today, we have good results. Game tech industry in Lithuania has a larger turnover than the Lithuanian laser turnover. So the UK could benefit from this by searching opportunities for business in Lithuania because we have some skills in place. However, in order to draw more businesses to our country and to reinforce our positions, we have to have the tax environment in place and transform it maybe. And let's look at the Czech Republic. And the tax system there is very attractive. In Hungary, the tax is lowest in the EU on IT specialists. We have a lack of IT experts of 25%. So in order to attract them, we need to find ways to attract them and to facilitate immigration procedures. So for us, in order to find opportunities, we only need to make efforts. Concerted work will solve the problem. That would be it from my part. Thank you very much, Mr. Dimitri Kucevičius, for this informative and extensive presentation. You touched upon many angles, and I do believe that we will talk about that later on during the debate, because we can see some challenges and many opportunities. Let me now give the floor to our next presenter, our guest from the UK.
And we have a guest from United Kingdom, Catherine Boyd, and it's very interesting to hear what perspective on our cooperation between Lithuania and UK, and in particular regarding business development and innovations, is viewed from UK side, and what are possible obstacles, and whether you see Lithuania as a gateway to European Union, and because we have huge diaspora in UK, but probably other aspects of cooperation is not as big as it could be. So please, floor is yours, and Catherine, please.
Thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to join you today. I was one of the principal negotiators of the goods elements of the agreement between the UK and the EU, and I'm now supporting Prime Minister Boris Johnson on the UK relationship with you. The UK thinks that the trade and cooperation provides a strong basis for continued and growing trade and cooperation between the UK and Lithuania. I'll provide a brief overview of the new agreement, first from a political perspective, and then from a more practical one. First, the political viewpoint. The agreement sets out the framework for a long-term sustainable relationship between the UK and the EU. It aims to be a relationship of friendly cooperation between sovereign equals, centred on free trade, and inspired by our shared history and values. And I would emphasize that that also covers the shared history and values that we have with Lithuania. From the UK perspective, it delivers on the Brexit referendum and the 2019 general election results. It is based on international law, not EU law, and as is usual in free trade agreements, such as those the EU has with Canada and Japan, both parties have policy preferences. It the integrity of the single market, the customs union, and also protects against unfair competition. And from both of our perspectives, the agreement complements the 2019 withdrawal agreement, including in relation to citizens' rights and Northern Ireland. Whatever your views on Brexit, these aspects matter because they give the deal a political legitimacy that should help ensure stability over time. This is reinforced by the sizable UK parliamentary majority that voted in favour of it, and unanimous support amongst the member states. We hope that the European Parliament will also endorse the deal in a couple of months or so. Of course, that does not mean that everyone is happy with every element of the agreement, but in policy terms, it does allow us to move on from the Brexit debate and enjoy a cooperative relationship with the EU as well as with each of its member states. So much for the politics. Turning to the practicalities, 2 general points to start with on breadth and depth. First, breadth. The deal provides a range of positive practical benefits for both sides across multiple areas, going well beyond a standard free trade agreement. Alongside the traditional trade elements, broadly goods and services, the agreement covers fish, transport, energy, law enforcement, social security, and participation in EU programmes. We've already heard the Horizon cooperation on science and innovation mentioned today. So this is a very broad set of provisions. Second, depth. The agreement provides significant benefits to both sides compared to a non-negotiated outcome, but it does not deliver the same level of trade facilitation as EU membership. There are now a broad range of new requirements for businesses that wish to continue trading between the UK and Lithuania, which are inevitable consequences of the decision to leave the EU. But the default position without the agreement was not EU membership, obviously, but rather standard WTO terms. Against that baseline, the agreement delivers a significant reduction in barriers to both trade and wider cooperation. So what does that mean in practice? I'll touch on 5 key areas for trade. First, tariffs. The deal means that there should be no tariffs charged on the export of UK-produced goods to the EU or EU-produced goods to the UK. That's a saving of many billions of euros compared to WTO terms. However, in order to qualify for those zero tariffs, products need to meet the relevant rules of origin, which determine whether a product qualifies as British or Lithuanian made. This is absolutely standard for FTAs. And if your product is predominantly made in Lithuania with British or EU inputs, it shouldn't generally be a problem to meet those rules. However, if there's significant third country content in the product, then that might become an issue. And obviously the rules also vary product to product. There are new admin requirements to demonstrate that the products meet the rules. Although we have in the UK sought to reduce these by agreeing to temporarily simplify rules of origin procedures for 12 months. So we give businesses extra time to adapt. Second, non-tariff or regulatory barriers, which are primarily technical barriers to trade for manufactured goods and sanitary and phytosanitary rules for plant and animal products. The key point here is that products will need to meet the relevant regulations in the destination market, and where necessary, to demonstrate that they do so. We can no longer assume that that a product will meet UK rules just because it's compliant in Lithuania or in the EU. Although, to help businesses to adjust, the UK is unilaterally recognising EU approvals of products in many sectors for a time-limited period. Again, the precise rules vary by product, although the basic principles will be familiar to anyone who has exported outside the EU. Third, customs. Again, because we are now separate customs jurisdictions, there'll be a range of customs requirements that didn't apply before this year. However, the agreement includes provisions to minimise unnecessary barriers, for example, through commitments to transparency, non-discrimination, simplification, and cooperation between customs authorities. It also includes agreement to recognise each other's trusted trader or authorised economic operator schemes. For imports into the UK, our border operating model allows for a lighter touch regime to apply during the first 6 months of this year. Fourth, services. Once again, service providers are going to have to meet the rules of the destination market, which may have implications for the business models of Lithuanian firms operating in the UK and vice versa, including for issues such as licensing. However, the agreement does secure continued market access and non-discrimination across a broad range of key sectors, including professional and business services. We've also negotiated the EU's most liberal free trade agreement ever in digital trade, set a framework to allow for future agreement of mutual recognition of qualifications, secured commitments to cooperate on financial regulation, and agreed provisions on the temporary movement of business persons. Finally, the agreement includes a specific SME chapter with commitments to provide SMEs with clear and accessible online information about the agreement to help them to trade and to do business in both our markets. This covers customs procedures, intellectual property rights, and public procurement. If any business or anyone wants to know more about the specific requirements of the agreement and how it promotes opportunities to continue trading, then they can find detailed guidance on the UK government website, gov.uk. Before I close, I should say that the UK is incredibly keen to strengthen its economic ties with Lithuania over the coming months and years, making the most of the trade facilitations included in the new agreement, on working together so our trade and investment relationship flourishes, including in areas where we know we already have a strong shared interest and which have been mentioned previously, such as fintech and renewable energy technologies. We're starting from a strong foundation. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you very much, Catherine. It was a very informative, again, presentation about the agreement and about the key parts of it and what challenges and opportunities we can expect. And with this positive note on future cooperation and opportunities that lie ahead, I'd like to thank you, and I will definitely have some questions during discussion. Yes, thank you very much. And I'll switch to Lithuanian now. Ir dabar norėčiau pakviesti.
Now, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Arūnas Laurinaitis, who's the Vice President of the Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists. Is everything that positive as we have heard from the first panelists? Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I thank everyone who have contributed to organizing this very important roundtable discussion. We had a similar discussion with our partners, public company Enterprise Lithuania, as well as other institutions concerned. We also had a discussion with the Minister on Foreign Affairs. Today, however, it is very important to see that this process involves not only politicians from the Lithuanian parliament and businesses and the president. This shows the importance of this issue, as the things are changing in the way Lithuania and the United Kingdom are going to cooperate in many fields in the future. So what are the challenges and the opportunities for the Lithuanian businesses after Brexit? The major thing is exports. That is the driver of Lithuania's economy. The United Kingdom is one of the major Lithuania's trading partners, and in 2019, Lithuanian companies exported their goods and services amounting to €1.5 billion euros, which means that we have to take account of the new trading regime. After the withdrawal of the United Kingdom from the European Union, the Lithuanian businesses are already facing hurdles, administrative hinders due to additional customs procedures at the borders of the United Kingdom. We have all witnessed the queues from the British borders. We have witnessed the views where customs officers take away the products or the goods from the drivers that are not eligible to be transported to the United Kingdom. And we think that this will increase the costs. But despite the inconvenience, Lithuanian businesses are not ready to refuse the possibility to export to the market of the United Kingdom. Therefore, it is important to engage businesses in order to solve the problems. As I have mentioned, the UK is among the most important trading partners, with over 4% of Lithuanian-produced goods. Food, dairy products, cheese, and many others. So food industry in the UK could be among the most important sectors for Lithuanian export. We don't know what will happen in the future and whether the United Kingdom will encourage their own dairy producers produce more for the local market. We still face some negative consequences related to migration. Businesses express their concern with regard to different treatment of Lithuanian workers when it comes to worker visas. We see there is some protectionism in place. We also are concerned that some of the products of British origin might be produced back in the country of origin, that is in the United Kingdom. Businesses need support from the institutions when it comes to preparing various documents. We had a conference recently with various institutions, and our businesses had many questions as to the changing rules. For example, the UK company used to send various documents for the textiles, and Lithuanians would simply work without any tariffs. And now the situation has changed, and there are new details that we will have to learn. And the first half of the year, which is a transitional period, will be very important for the Lithuanian businesses. I think that Lithuanians are made less competitive due to different treatment. The COVID-19 pandemic has activated new ways of trade among countries. So we still have the same rules. We still apply the same rules that were applied when the United Kingdom was in the European Union, and some new rules were introduced. This includes registration of taxpayers, because new rules were introduced depending on the income of the company. So we see new opportunities because Lithuanian nationals who are highly skilled workers as well as students who have graduated from prestigious British universities, could come back to Lithuania following Brexit. We have conducted several surveys, and we are already aware that many Lithuanians hold leading positions in various expert groups or companies. Therefore, we believe that it would be very important for Lithuania to bring those highly skilled experts back to Lithuania. As I have mentioned, there is a lack of such specialists in Lithuania. Among the opportunities of Brexit, services centers would be a very good idea. I believe it would be very good to establish services centers here in Lithuania. We have very good conditions for that. Well, when it comes to financial institutions, I believe that Lithuania has huge potential as it can develop and introduce a package, a very favorable package for the companies to lure those companies to come to Lithuania. We also see that Lithuania has still many opportunities for establishing technology companies or electronic components for automobiles from such company as Hella. So we believe that if Lithuania manages to make use of the challenges and opportunities provided by Brexit, we will succeed. We have developed the Innovation and Technological Development Map. Lithuania was ranked 4th. Well, we still think that the United Kingdom has a huge potential, as Ms. Skizgirytė and Dmitrijus Kucevičius talked about the innovation potential in Lithuania. The free trade agreement between the United Kingdom and the UK allows the United Kingdom to further participate in the European Union's Horizon project as an associated member. European industry is interested in maintaining the United Kingdom as its innovation partner. And it is important to further strengthen the relations that were established with the United Kingdom before Brexit. Well, unfortunately, new players will come after Brexit, and Lithuania will have to review this innovation map and to look for new ways to cooperate with such countries as France, the Netherlands, and Scandinavian countries, Denmark and Finland. These are my insights, and well, I'd like to say that only by working together, we will be able to overcome the challenges and make those challenges an opportunity for the Lithuanian businesses. Thank you. Thank you for your interesting insights. Maybe your insights were not that optimistic as someone would have expected. especially in the sectors that you have mentioned. But, well, you were right that we do have the sectors that we can tap the potential. Now I'd like to give the floor to the Director General of the Public Company Enterprise Lithuania, Ms. Dalia Kleponė. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I find it rather difficult to say something new after what has already been said by the distinguished guests. So now I will mainly talk about the challenges that we face. We hold a regular debate with businesses. We started talking about Brexit some 2-3 years ago, back in 2018. We established a separate icon, a separate place on our website so that we could address all the issues online. Some 3 years ago, no one believed that Brexit might come a reality. Now we know that the United Kingdom is a very important Lithuania's partner in trade and economy. Export to UK's market increased by over 4%. Export of services, well, we don't have the figures for export services for December. These results will be later on. When it comes to the export structure, some of our industry sectors find the UK market very important. For example, furniture. Furniture from Lithuania is exported to the UK, and in this in furniture, UK is the fourth export partner. When it comes to tobacco products, the UK is the second export partner. So all those exports have been increasing in the recent years. Furniture and plastics, unfortunately, have dropped a little bit. We don't have the figures for the first months of 2021, but it would be very interesting to see what the dynamics were. When it comes to the services sector, as I have mentioned, we don't have the final results for the year 2020, but transport services that amount to the major part of our services. The transport services have dropped significantly. So what happened in terms of export? First and foremost, export costs have increased significantly. Or the businesses say that transport costs have increased by 20%, not including the cost for certification, registration, and many other costs. Some people are still optimistic. They believe that this will only be temporary. Some businesses are looking for ways to adjust and to adapt. And we don't see that the exports to the United Kingdom will decrease in the long run. Well, as it has already been mentioned, there are some interferences when it comes to logistic chains. We still have to look at the new rules of compliance, insolvency problems, risks related to currency fluctuations, and matters pertaining to seconded workers. Well, we do have problems with logistics because transporting goods has become more complicated. In January, transport companies were not willing to accept orders because they were not sure how much trucks will have to wait at the borders. Moreover, as I have mentioned, the transportation itself has become longer due to different certification and longer certification procedures and more costly certification procedures. I hope that this will only be temporary. When it comes to B2C sector, where goods are sent to customers directly, we still face problems because it takes much longer for the goods to reach the customer. We have noticed here in Lithuania that a number of Lithuanian companies no longer send parcels to the United Kingdom. That's why bigger companies have increased their their prices. Well, it has already been mentioned that sandwiches are taken away at the borders. Well, so some products are no longer dispatched by FedEx or DHL services, so which means that the companies will have to change the way they used to work. They will have to find new ways for dispatching their goods. It has also been mentioned that the British government is deliberating to introduce a new tax on online trade. So it would be very interesting to find out more about this planned tax. When it comes to customs, both Lithuanian and British customs offices are not ready to deal with the loads of work that they are facing now. For example, Lithuanian companies say that it's rather difficult to deal with various documentation when it comes to writing the plates of the car, because before goods reach the United Kingdom, those vehicles often change, which means that the goods that were transported from Lithuania by one truck reached the UK by another truck. Also, transporters used to bring goods in bulk. Now they have to declare every separate parcel of goods. Also, we know that there are problems related to importing and exporting problems in British customs as well. They find it difficult to deal with filling in the documents. We should also ensure that our customs officers have integration with the digital information systems and accounting systems, those of the United Kingdom. Financists have already mentioned that they have different types of documents and that they have different invoices, and this means that these documents have to be compatible. E-com businesses selling products online in the UK will have to be registered as VAT payers. There is still some unclarity about the way goods have to be declared at the customs. Businesses that used to sell their products in the United Kingdom directly would have to have their representative office, such as for such products as vitamins, supplements, and so on, which will also increase the costs incurred by the businesses. So something will have to be done. Insolvency risks, currency fluctuations were also mentioned among the risks. Some companies mentioned that they refused cooperating with previous clients because the company refused to pay in advance. When it comes to seconding of workers, it should be noted that the procedures are much longer now. Furniture sectors send their workers to install the furniture in British homes. But now, as of the 1st of January, they will need separate visas for that. Lithuania should attract other companies to Lithuania. I don't remember, there was an article in Forbes saying that British companies are thinking of establishing their distribution representatives in the UK, in the EU member states, so that British goods could receive their customers in the UK much faster, let's say within 1 day. And such representations could be established in the Netherlands, France, or other countries. But I believe that Lithuania could also be a very attractive country for such British companies. I would also like to mention yet another important thing, what we could do here in Lithuania. When it comes to compliance requirements, we should think of introducing new, let's say, support initiatives, grants for the companies. We should introduce some consultations for such companies. When it comes to certification, we have provided the Lithuanian Ministry on Economy and Innovation on certification procedures in Lithuania, the European Union, and third countries. So this will not only be about the United Kingdom. We should ensure that there should be some representation of our interests. When Lithuania started producing personal protection measures, we had to certify this equipment. These had to be certified in other countries, which means that Lithuanian companies had to wait before they could receive certification. So we had many barriers to overcome. So therefore, I believe that we could establish a national certification center that could represent Lithuanian producers in international certification institutions. I would also like to say that Enterprise Lithuania is monitoring the situation. With regard to Brexit, we have developed the one window website where we provide information and consultation for Lithuanian businesses. Thank you.
Kuo toliau į mišką, tuo daugiau medžių.
Farther to the wood, the more there are trees. So thank you so much, Daivana, again. That was a very deep felt and important presentation. Thank you for highlighting the opportunities and the problems and the present situation and the dependency on the UK market, including the service market and the furniture. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to Dalia Kreivienė, Director from External and Economic Relations Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania. She will highlight the opportunities for economic development. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to welcome you at the debate. I will conclude, I will make conclusions because everyone were right in voicing both opportunities and challenges. Lithuania and the UK are related by a deep economic partnership that covers a range of areas. Starting with the 1st of January this year, UK became a third country. A new deal has been in place now. The UK is no longer part of the customs union and common market. So rules are now different for the trade. After the interim period ended, ever since the 1st of January, both our exporters and importers felt the change. And customers felt that as well. Even though there was an agreement to never apply tariffs and quantity limitations, even so there are a number of procedural obstacles. Export declaration, documents on origin, transit and temporary transit procedures are a burden for companies that have no previous experience of trade with third countries. Small SMEs suffer most. The barriers are costly. They are more costly than paying a tax. If we look into the transport sector, there's a number of problems there as well, including long lines near the long waiting lines and new information systems. Most of the transporters come back empty, and this leads to a burden on the environment. We need solutions. As customers, we also feel the impact, because if we order goods from the UK, there is a number of VAT and other procedures. The price is higher. The time of receiving the goods has increased. And even there will be more change after the new certification requirements for food and agricultural products are in place. Since April, they will be in place. And later on, the UK will be able to receive goods only through specialized border points. Their infrastructure is under construction now. We hope that they are in place soon. And in a year, marking will have to be changed, and certification for industrial goods will have to be renewed. These will be additional obstacles and barriers, and will be costly. So non-tariff barriers today mostly relates to red tape and costs. The EU and UK standards so far de facto are the same. However, since now, as a third country, the UK also have regulatory autonomy. This creates a risk that in future, good standards in the EU and UK may differ. Naturally, this will create obstacles for trade. So the EU and UK should work together to manage those risks and to agree on those standards so they don't differ so much. In terms of services, the situation is no longer as simple as before. Seconding of workers and delegating workers to UK's branches necessitates a visa. Lithuania and some other EU member states are being discriminated against because we have to pay higher fees for visas. We are raising that issue and trying to find a solution so that taxes for all EU member states are equal. Some professional qualifications will be no longer acknowledged in the same way due to those changes. We can see that over the first month, EU and UK trade turnover has decreased. In our European formats, our partners noted that trade turnover has decreased. Of course, the changes have contributed to that decrease. Needless to say, as legal regulation changes, this creates obstacles and barriers. We expected that. As a public sector and state institutions, we are in place to help business to adapt to the new realities with the least possible costs. We will support businesses both through European format within the agreement, the withdrawal agreement. The EU and UK representatives will negotiate on better conditions. And bilaterally, we will also be trying to help our companies. With new challenges, there are also new opportunities. This is why it's important to use that situation and to find new opportunities for increasing the economic cooperation. It's important to know, and it's good, that the sizable EU negotiators have contributed to framework the conditions on the level playing field in the withdrawal agreement. So in future, our relations will be based on the level playing field, which is very good. In this context, what are the opportunities? Economic relations with the UK have to be reinforced. The existing ties have to be deepened, and niche capabilities have to be found. The first area where we should focus is education, innovation, science, and our future relations. Lithuania and the UK and our institutions are actively cooperating in science via Horizon 2020 program. We have 260 joint projects under the program. We have to tap into that potential. We have a number of joint projects as a result of bilateral in cooperation between, let's say, Vilnius University and Lancaster University Physical Technology Centers, Life Center, Science Centers project, and so on. So international cooperation projects result from contacts, person-to-person contact. After the UK withdraws from the Erasmus program, there may be fewer programs. That's why it is important to promote cooperation between education and science institutions and search for proactive partnerships. An opportunity should be life science, health sciences, information science, internet security, 5G, AI, fight against climate change, and good practice on business and innovation partnerships. Investment potential has been mentioned. We need to find and attract as much investment from the UK as possible. We are both partners and competitors in that respect, but it's a fact that the EU is and will remain the main exports destination for the UK. In 2019, it accounted for 46% of exports from the UK. One of the best measures for UK's companies to avoid barriers is greater movement of goods at a lower cost. That would mean establishing companies in the EU. That's why Lithuania has a good competitive advantage and can offer UK's companies good conditions for establishing small departments and branches in Lithuania with a prospect of expanding them in the future. These branches could at first work with development processes and later attract greater investment into Lithuania. Lithuania could focus on UK's companies as the main export markets are in our region. Baltic countries, Scandinavia, Poland. Thus, we offer great prospects. We have to work and do our homework. We need flexible opportunities for company establishment, improve some legislation, even though investment wise we are working quite well, and we need to work fast. As for sectors, Integra is a very well developing sector, and IT is important. We are competitors with the UK. FinTech. Lithuania wants to be a fintech hub in the EU and attract as many fintech technologies as possible. We had good startups so far. We were second after the UK in the EU. So this offers great opportunities. So we're both competitors and partners. Competition allows for dynamism, fast movement, and fast action. Partnership allows us for finding joint projects, mutually useful ones. So I would suggest us to be guided by the principle of creating together, being both competitors and partners, and finding ways to move forward and create better conditions for our business to preserve the economic cooperation and expand it. This would be it from my side. Thank you. Thank you so much for this excellent conclusion and for highlighting the opportunities in both innovation and business and science cooperation, and for voicing concerns for untapping the potential. And let's now move to debate. I know that Dalia Asanavičiūtė has some questions. The floor is yours. We're all ears. Thank you, Žygimanta. Thank you so much. I thank all the keynote speakers for drawing the prospects and for the essential debates, as well as for highlighting the key obstacles and barriers. The UK is one of the largest export partners for Lithuania, and we are horrified at the long lasting process of negotiations before the end of the transition period. We knew business, we knew how it was difficult to adapt to new conditions, given ever since the 1st of January we had to adapt within the 2 weeks after the agreement was reached, after the pre-Christmas period. Even though Madam Kriviene spoke about an untapped potential for fintech and high-tech and innovation and science cooperation. However, currently, mostly we export physical goods, which have huge problems. The visas, the movement of goods, the taxes, the tax procedures, the transport that comes back empty. And this increases the prices of our goods in the UK, and our products are losing their competitiveness in the market. This is one of the highest and greatest challenges for our industrialists who export to the UK. This is why there's difficult procedures are raising many concerns. My question is to Madam Boyd in this context. What could be the bilateral steps to simplify the procedures, to decrease the red tape, and to explaining the procedures to the business? And how can we help businessmen export goods from the UK to Lithuania and vice versa? Thank you.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. And I think you really touched upon a key challenge that we face when you said that we only had 2 weeks, or even less actually, from the negotiation of the agreement to it being implemented and businesses having to adapt to new conditions. And I think we really need to remember it is still very early day the agreement. It is going to for businesses to adapt. And in the first few months, the first half of the year, businesses are going to experience teething problems. But I have faith that if we can give them the correct support, so from the UK government side, we are doing a lot of work with businesses in the UK to help them to understand the new requirements of the agreement and help them to prepare also for the time when some of the easements that we've introduced to help adaptation come to an end. And I think that's an area where we can look to bilateral cooperation between the UK and Lithuania to make sure that we are getting the right guidance to your businesses. We are giving them, if they find some of the requirements difficult, we are making sure that we're adapting and evolving our demands and is tailored to them in a way that helps us to make the trade as easy as possible, while recognizing that it's just not going to be, we're not going to be able to go back to the kind of trade, the kind of ease of trade that existed before the end of the transition period. In terms of other kinds of cooperation beyond guidance and support for business, I think we have to bear in mind that the new agreement is a legal framework concluded at EU level, and therefore, while of course there are things we can do to make sure that it is implemented as smoothly as possible, there are obvious constraints in terms of additional legal clarifications that can be that we can implement or we can conclude.
Okay, thank you very much. Aš galbūt, should I speak in English or I switch to Lithuanian? I mean, my view is that okay, Brexit already happened, so it's a given fact, and all European Union countries have to face it. And we, even though we have multiple short-term challenges, I think over time we can overcome, or at least Lithuania should try not to fall behind other European Union countries. So this is level playing field is very, very, very important. But opportunities are huge in my perspective in service sector and innovation sector, and especially given that we have huge diaspora, which would be a very big disappointment if we couldn't use this opportunity. I mean, like Ireland is a good example, was a good example, and still is, when they became like a window for US companies to European Union, and maybe Lithuania can also become window for UK companies to European Union market. At least that's our aspiration, one of its aspirations, and we have already some good projects. I mean, fintech and innovation and other industries. So, what is your opinion about this, or is it just our like a dream, or is it like a more kind of a British looking at it more serious, and you can. And you really see that Lithuania has at least some competitive advantage compared to other European Union states, at least within this Central Eastern European region.
So I think you're absolutely right. There are huge opportunities to continue to grow trade and investment between the two markets. I think if you look at, you mentioned fintech, for example, we've already seen a number of British businesses invest in Lithuania in the fintech sector. We have reasonably close regulatory systems and approach to regulating the fintech market. And I think we're in dialogue now about that regulation. We're looking at areas like anti-money laundering and the management of risk. And if we continue and intensify those dialogues, I think there is potential for Lithuania to act as a gateway to the rest of the EU market. And we're already seeing that. Another area is offshore wind technology, where the UK is very keen to share our expertise in that sector and try to develop those trading links where there's a lot of technological innovation going on. I also think sometimes people frame the fact that the UK and EU will now be setting their own regulation, and that therefore there's a potential for divergence as a risk. And obviously, regulatory divergence is always a risk in trade terms. It can introduce new barriers to trade, but it can also increase opportunities for investment, because regulatory change can improve the business environment for investors and businesses looking to export as well. And in some of these new technologies, it's particularly important that we get the regulatory framework right and that we regulate smartly as we move forward. And we should keep talking about that and sharing ideas on on how we do evolve our laws to keep up with new innovations.
Okay, thank you very much. I switch now to Lithuanian. Are
there any other panelists or participants who have questions to Catherine or other members of the debate? Any more questions? Any more aspects to be raised? If I may, my name is Runas Laurinaitis. I have a comment. I forgot to say that analysts have calculated that UK's exports to the EU within the next 10 years can decrease by 36%, while EU's exports to UK may decrease by 30%. In view of these figures that amount to 300 billion euro, this will be a huge amount of money lost due to additional procedures, bureaucracy, and UK's wish to reorient itself in terms of exports and imports. These figures are huge. They demonstrate the change in trends of exports. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Prospects are quite darkish if we talk about the category of goods. In order to preserve the share of market, we will have to fight a lot. Part of the goods will have to go into other markets, so there are many challenges. Any more questions or comments? Well, one of the aspects which hasn't been touched upon is the Green Deal, the energy strategy. The UK has an ambitious plan to become a leader in this area. In the EU, we mentioned the wind parks. What is the prospect for cooperation with the UK in this area from Lithuania? Any of us willing to comment? Who is willing to comment? Yes, please. Catherine, maybe you could comment on that.
I think our kind of ambitious action on climate is an area where we should cooperate, and the UK is looking forward to working very closely with the EU and its member states on COP26, including through the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action. I know that we have some practical cooperation that is happening. I think in March, our Department for International Trade is organising a virtual UK Baltic States offshore wind event to talk about how we develop our offshore wind development. I think that we have similar approaches and levels of ambition in terms of how we're trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and green the economy. And in areas like green finance, I think we should look at how we can cooperate further. I think we've had some there's been productive kind of cross inspiration between the different regulatory frameworks that we've put in place. But there's more that we can do. And, I think the UK looks at what Lithuania is seeking to achieve and really appreciates how it's setting a benchmark for EU member states in an area where we ourselves really want to see global action and want to encourage as many countries as possible to raise their game.
Okay, thank you very much. Taip, prašau.
I'd like to contribute by saying that to what Catherine has said, that the key priority of our government in energy policy is based on the green transformation and energy security. In order to achieve energy security, we will develop local energy generation. In this respect, Lithuania's priority is renewable energy and its development. Therefore, the initiatives you mentioned on the wind parks and the joint events and our talks are of key importance. We have good prospects in this area for cooperation and for joint partnerships, even for attracting investment from the UK into our development projects for renewables. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. The presentations were very informative, and even though not so much time was left for discussion, this is what happens when we meet online. We have a number of challenges, and this has to be recognized. As for trade turnover, it may face some challenges, and the turnover may decrease, but Lithuania's objective is to maintain its share of the trade and even increase it. What Lithuania has been successful in during the past several years. We need to understand the procedures best and help business to address the structural challenges after the transitional period ends. But we shouldn't mainly focus on that. Our main focus should be on the opportunities, including the services, fintech, digital services, because regulatory barriers are not that important, not that huge there, and we should also look into innovation in information technology, energy, digitalization, and of course our dream, and you will agree, is to tap into the untapped potential of our diaspora in the UK. The people who have reached a number of attainments, and to maintain those links, both in fintech, finance, and innovation. So we have untapped potential where we need to support each other and work forward. The UK will remain in Europe, and this is what I would like to end with. I thank the panelists, and I hope that we will have productive cooperation between the two states, the UK and Lithuania. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. May I thank you, Mr. Žygimantas, for your precious time and for the time of those who have engaged and participated in the debate. As when I was working in the States, we always had to work in different times, but now we have to ensure that we value the relations that we have with the United Kingdom. And now we'll move on to the last part, the last panel of our roundtable discussion, and this is related to our own nationals. And Dalia Asanavičiūtė is best placed to talk about the challenges that Lithuanians face in the UK. Dalia Asanavičiūtė is the world of the Lithuanian community. So now I remember that the number of people in London is higher than the number of Lithuanians in Chicago. Dalia Asanavičiūtė used to raise various problems when she was in London, and now she's here with us. She has become a member of the Lithuanian Parliament, so I will listen to her. Thank you, Mr. Žygimantas. Well, this is a very timely debate, but it has been going on since the referendum of 2018. Those who have watched the entire discussion have heard that the size of the Lithuanian diaspora is very big, and that it should be employed for strengthening the relations between the United Kingdom and Lithuania. It was the major narrative today, because Lithuanian nationals is the link in our today's discussion. When it comes to the rights of the citizens of the European Union, including the rights of the British nationals residing beyond the borders of the United Kingdom, have been addressed from the very beginning of the referendum. That was the first issue that had to be addressed, to ensure all the rights for the citizens, to ensure security for them. The debate has been long. People addressed various issues related to the protection, to social guarantees, access to education, and so on and so forth. As I was the chairperson of the Lithuanian community in the United Kingdom, I worked with various unions, with the London City, Lithuanian City of London Club. We wrote a letter to the Prime Minister Theresa May with the request to take account of the rights of the Lithuanian citizens residing in the United Kingdom, and to ensure, to safeguard security of the Lithuanian nationals. All EU citizens, including Lithuanian nationals, have to apply to receive the settlement status before the end of the transition period, that is by the 1st of December, the number of Lithuanians amounted to 230,380. But still, we still have some more time. We don't know how many more Lithuanians will apply. We heard, and we know that the documentation is very complicated. The embassy in Lithuania has done a huge job. But as far as I know, due to now the Lithuanian nationals can update, renew their documents in the Lithuanian embassy in the UK. Brexit was a rather shocking event for us. We did not expect that at all. I remember the first debate here in Vilnius soon after Brexit that was organized by Žygimantas Pavilionis. Lots of panelists participated in that debate, and we talked about the future relations between the EU and the UK, between the nationals, Lithuanian nationals residing in the UK and the UK nationals living here in Lithuania. So, well, that usually there is always a silver lining behind the clouds. Therefore, well, we can address many important issues that are relevant for Lithuanians residing not only in the UK but across the world. Dual citizenship, multiple citizenship was among the questions. The Lithuanian City of London Club has carried out a survey, and according to that survey, approximately 25% of Lithuanians residing in the UK would probably refuse their Lithuanian passports. That's why we believe that it is very important to talk about this issue. In 2019, Lithuania held a referendum on multiple citizenship. The high number of those in favor for the multiple citizenship was a clear signal that changes need to be introduced. But unfortunately, due to the low turnout, the results of the referendum were not implemented. But still, I believe that the government will still come back to this multiple citizenship issue and introduce amendments to the constitution. I know that the preparatory work will soon start, and this is good news for all Lithuanians residing abroad. We also talked about the possibilities for Lithuanian students to study in the UK. We also have to be prepared to accept our nationals who come back from the UK, because we see that such children usually are not able to speak good Lithuanian language. They face other problems related to culture and their identity. We have to ensure that we attract our skilled, highly qualified and talented people to come back to Lithuania. For example, before 2018, 38 of all migrants used to go to the UK, whereas the numbers have dropped recently, and the figures of those who are coming back to Lithuania is also increasing. Well, in the context of the COVID pandemic, we have noticed that there is a need to ensure that Lithuanian nationals who come back to Lithuania are assisted to deal with the problems they face here in Lithuania. We are happy that we have the police attaché in the Lithuanian embassy in London. Some questions have already been addressed and solved, while some have not. We will try to look at those questions today. Therefore, I am very happy that this panel is participated by the Minister of Social Security and Labour of the Republic of Lithuania, Monika Navickienė, Director of the British Council Lithuania, Ona Marija Vyšniauskaitė, Acting Chairperson of the Lithuanian community in the United Kingdom, Alvija Černiauskaitė, President of the Lithuanian City of London Club, Gintarė Budriūnaitė, and Special Police Attaché of the Republic of Lithuania to the United Kingdom, Mr. Linas Pernavas. Madam Minister, I would kindly ask you to look at the social guarantees for Lithuanian nationals, about the retirement guarantees, about the working experience gained in the UK, and many other aspects related to social security. Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Žygimantas Povilionis for organizing and initiating this very important roundtable debate. I would also like to note that Ms. Dalia Anasečiūtė is the very person who knows very many things related to the Lithuanian diaspora. She is the person behind the problems, and she's the most devoted person when it comes to diaspora. I'm very happy that you continue to raise questions, not only to me as minister, but also to other Lithuanian ministers, that you raise questions related not only to social security, but other issues that are important for the Lithuanian diaspora. Now I would kindly ask you to show the slides that I have prepared for you. Here you see them. Can you see them? Can you see them? Give me a sign. Okay, thank you. Well, since it has already been mentioned that many things have changed, and we have to inform people of the changes. We try to look at Brexit from the social security perspective. So this slide shows that both the United Kingdom and the United Kingdom have managed to agree on their future relations by signing the agreement on the withdrawal of the UK, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland from the European Union and the European Atomic Energy Community, and the European Union United Kingdom Trade and Cooperation Agreement. The UK has become a third country since its withdrawal from the United Kingdom, but it is a special country for Lithuania because many Lithuanian nationals live there. Therefore, it is important to properly safeguard the rights of both the Lithuanian migrants who remain in the United Kingdom and the Lithuanian nationals who have come back to Lithuania. During the transition period before the 31st of December 2020, the EU law was applied. Later on, special rules on the coordination of social security were established. It was established that persons who resided or worked in the United Kingdom before the 31st of December 2020 and continue to reside and work there thereafter will be entitled to social security benefits under the EU legal acts until their situation doesn't change. The objective is to protect the social rights of EU and UK's citizens, which they enjoyed before the 31st of December 2020. To ensure the rights of those EU citizens who lived or worked in the United Kingdom and the rights of the UK nationals residing and working in the EU and their family members. It is very important to ensure protection all their life and that the persons will enjoy the rights acquired for as long as they fall within the withdrawal agreement. Social security benefits granted before the 31st of December 2020 will be paid until the right to the benefit expires on the same conditions or as before breakfast. So the social rights acquired by migrants in the United Kingdom who decided to return to Lithuania before the end of the transition period will be protected. In establishing the right to a benefit, work experience gained in the EU and the UK will be taken into account. So people will be entitled to retirement pensions for the experience that they gained in the United Kingdom. When it comes to the EU-UK Trade and Cooperation Agreement, it came into force on the 1st of January 2021. It also includes protocol on social security systems coordination, and it introduces new rules for the coordination of EU social security systems. Under this agreement, social security benefits will be granted to the persons who will move to the United Kingdom after the 1st of January 2021. The scope is very wide. That is not related to nationality. This will be applied to persons and people will be able to receive various benefits, including the benefits for their families and survivors' benefits. This agreement does not cover free movement of workers. The scope of the application of this agreement covers social security pensions, unemployment pensions, death grants, pre-retirement benefits, maternity benefits. The key principles that will be applied are the following. Legal acts of one country shall be applied. Seconded workers shall be insured in the sending state up to 24 months. This is done to ensure that the rights of persons migrating between the EU and the UK are insured and that these people do not receive double benefits. The discrimination on grounds of nationality is also forbidden. One of the other major principles is that there is export of benefits, but it does not apply to unemployment benefits and incapacity for work and disability pensions. When establishing the rights for the person to receive social benefits, every state will have to take into account the work experience that was gained in a particular country. Unemployment benefits will be exported according to the national laws, that means according to the Lithuanian law on pensions, if the person received a minimum working experience in the United Kingdom. Unemployment disability pension, according to the Lithuanian law, will not be exported. So export will be limited to 3 months only, with the possibility to extend this period to 6 months. So what are the changes as of the 1st of January 2021? Child benefits will be allocated according to the Lithuanian and UK laws, depending on which country the person will decide to have his pension. The trade and cooperation agreement does not cover all social security benefits that were subject to the EU law before Brexit. The agreement does not apply to benefits to children, social assistance pensions, and targeted compensations. Targeted compensations will not be exported to the United Kingdom if the person left after the 1st of January 2021. Lithuania will not pay benefits to children residing in the UK. The United Kingdom will not pay child benefits for children for first 5 years after their arrival to the UK, and people receiving unemployment benefits in Lithuania will not be able to go to look for a job in the United Kingdom and continue receiving unemployment benefits in Lithuania. In the future, we have to ensure that uniform application of the withdrawal agreement and the trade and cooperation agreement within the European Union and the United Kingdom. There are also various seminars and debates organized at the EU level concerning the implementation of the withdrawal agreement, concerning the practical implementation. On the 3rd of March 2021, we're planning to hold a debate with the Commission for Coordination of Social Security Systems. We hopefully will have representatives from the United Kingdom. We want to inform social security institutions and citizens about the rules of granting social security benefits following Brexit. So as you see, we have much to do in the future, but the most important thing is to ensure that there is uniform application of the principles. I'll finish at that. I'd like to thank you for your attention and to wish you a very successful debate, because unfortunately I will have to leave the debate now. Thank you for inviting me to speak, and have a good day. Thank you, Madam Minister. Well, since you will not be able to participate in the debate, I'd like to raise a question now. It is good news that we will avoid double taxation, duplication of taxation. But what are your expectations? And what do you see the opportunities for Lithuania after Brexit? Every crisis provides new opportunities, but I think that today it is very important to ensure stability. It is important to ensure that people are well aware of what is happening. And our primary objective should be and we will see whether we will succeed in accomplishing this objective. So our major objective is to ensure that people know what is happening and to ensure uniform application of principles. Well, the bureaucracy mechanism is rather huge, but we have to ensure that people can take any decision they want, that people can come back to Lithuania. We have to inform them that they are not losing any social guarantees, that they are not losing on the years that they have worked in the United Kingdom. I'd like to note that we are looking forward to those who want to come back to Lithuania. There's nothing new. Everyone is welcome here in Lithuania. So hopefully they will come back and they will succeed here in Lithuania. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Minister, for providing us with such an extensive information. Well, as you rightly mentioned, we have to ensure stability. People have to understand that they are protected, irrespective of the state that they reside in. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Ona Maria Vyšniauskaitė, Director of the British Council Lithuania, to comment on the situation related to students. We know that those who are willing to study in the United Kingdom as of the 1st of September will have to pay a higher price and that they will not be subject to any exemptions. The UK is also leaving some programs. So what are the prospects for Lithuania and what are we losing? Thank you. Thank you for invitation to participate in this timely debate.
Thank you for such an informative presentation, and let me cover the opportunities that are on offer in the for students from Lithuania in the UK. And I will also cover the topic of Lithuanians and the UK's cooperation in education and science. We know that UK higher education institutions are attractive, particularly attractive, and among the top institutions worldwide. And the UK is second worldwide on the number of students. 0.5 million Lithuanian students are studying in Lithuania, and half of Lithuania students willingly opted for studies in the UK. 2,000 of students per year would enter UK's institutions for studies over the past several years. After Brexit, the changes have been effected in the conditions for grants. So Lithuanians will not be. It will not be so easy for Lithuanians to study in the UK. We have students in the UK who have already enrolled, and their study conditions will not change. International mobility opportunities will change, though, because as a result of Brexit, UK students will no longer be open for participation in Erasmus and other European programs, and Lithuania's students will not be able to go to the UK under the Erasmus program too. But there's an interesting opportunity. Starting with this year, the UK government has announced a new student mobility program, the Touring scheme. It will fund UK's students willing to go for exchange studies to other countries, regardless of the students' opportunities. And this doesn't limit itself to Europe. UK students will be able to study as exchange students worldwide. The scope of funding will agree with the number of students who used to take part in the EU mobility programs. 25,000 students are expected to go for exchange studies to other countries for a period of from 1 to 12 months. Non-standard grants will depend on the conditions and terms of studies in abroad. Students who have financial problems or in health inabilities will enjoy additional funding measures. Touring scheme will allow our students to tour the world once they study in the UK. In order to implement the touring scheme, education institutions worldwide, including Lithuania, are invited to establish relations with the UK's science institutions so that this is a mutual exchange. And for Lithuania, we have opportunities to go for exchange studies to the UK. We had a presentation today how UK could develop relations further with Lithuania. So touring scheme and student exchange is a real opportunity for this development. Strategic partnerships between Lithuanian and UK universities is nothing new. We have a memorandum between the Vilnius University and Lancaster University, which was signed last year at the end of the year. With the touring scheme in progress ever since the start of this academic year, we invite the Lithuanian universities and study centers to take part in the scheme. Lithuania's cooperation with the UK in education is no longer limited to studies or exchange studies. The British Council in Lithuania has been active in Lithuania for 30 years now. We provide expert education support, and this time, together with the Education and Sports Ministry and the European Commission, we are implementing a 2-year program under which heads of secondary schools are prepared for implementing changes in the study content. Regardless of the pandemic and the challenges, the training is now provided online, and we're on the way of teaching 300 heads of schools, headmasters, and we also provide support to experts in ministries. It helps to reinforce the bilateral relations in providing the best exchange of experience. And the British Council is ready to contribute to further initiatives to implement the best international practices in our country. Partnership between the high education institutions and institutes is important. Lithuanian and Ukraine project on masks against infections, including COVID, is underway, and the World Health Organization will soon receive the result of the study. In recent news, which was important for geopoliticians, was that Cambridge University established the Baltic region's geopolitical studies program. The Cambridge University has now joined some experts, and students will be able to learn about geopolitics of our region. So there's plenty of cooperation between the UK and Lithuania in areas of science and education. I only mentioned several of them. Student exchange, the partnership between Council, British Council and Lithuanian institutions. And regardless of the Brexit, we contribute to relations between people-to-people public organizations and science institutions and education institutions. We hope for interesting cooperation formats in future as well. Thank you. Thank you so much, Anna Maria, for your very in-depth and prospective presentation. You mentioned that a decreasing number of our students are going for studies to the UK, but on the other hand, there's a problem. Lithuania wants to the young talents who study abroad to come back to Lithuania, and their skills are important, and they should be used in Lithuania. However, not all of the students come back. Some of them remained in the UK. They joined the student unions and youth students. They joined the professional clubs, and on various formats they work. They create counseling networks and help the Lithuanian government, members of the parliament, and their counseling is very important, and this is why I would like to help to continue the debate with Gintarė Bendrūnaitė, president of the Lithuanian City of London Club. What are the professional insights from the UK's Lithuanians? We know that Prime Minister Boris Johnson from UK, before the agreement was announced, had outlined the priorities for inviting talents, pooling talents from all countries to the UK to study there and to work there. So facilitation of their visas and residence permits was envisaged. The UK is open to professionals. Gintarė, what is the situation in among Lithuanian professionals in the City of London Club? What are your insights? Thank you, Dalia. Thank you so much. Of course, I'm very happy to hear this news from Boris Johnson, right? But our professionals and their expectations are focused on Lithuania, not on the UK. Professionals residing in the UK have a lot of expectations relating to COVID and Brexit, the aftermaths of Brexit and COVID can be felt in the professional areas. So we have 4 areas that are relevant for our professionals and who are relevant for today's debate. First of all, this is the citizenship. This is an important topic for all the diaspora of Lithuania. This is a moral matter. The importance of retaining Lithuanian citizenship has even further increased after Brexit. This is a subject which is subject number 1 among our subjects. Another subject is the understanding of changes in regulations on taxation over the current situation over the past year. Most of the professionals are working online or remotely. Our online work is now a new reality. Why is that important? Online work allows many of us to work from another country, and in this case from Lithuania. And remote work opportunities under Brexit us to understand the situation with taxation so that we avoid double taxation. So understanding taxation details is especially important for professionals. I would like to invite you and other forum to debate on that, on how we receive guidance. Professionals need guidance on truly on that matter. Third, mortgage. Mortgage for Lithuanian citizens working abroad is seen with a high, as a mortgage-related high risk, and this is why it's not economically feasible. Why is that important? Well, getting a mortgage promotes investment into Lithuania. And maintaining an active link with Lithuania is important, and having real estate in Lithuania is one of the ways to ensure that link. We are all preparing for coming back to Lithuania. Having real estate in Lithuania would be a key matter for attracting those back. Next subject is the integration of mixed families and attracting them to Lithuania. Most of partners of families are non-Lithuanian, but as families we are planning to resettle to Lithuania, and we are considering the realities and considering the opportunities to come back. This information is very important on the integration of mixed families. Guidance on that is important. As to how we could integrate our partners to become full-fledged citizens of Lithuania. As to pooling talent is a wide topic. I would like to hear from Lithuania on that. We heard in Dalia's presentation that the UK often talks about attracting talent, and we know what they do to attract talent. Not the English talent, not UK's talent, but foreign talent. So they maintain the higher level of capabilities and capacities of their country. They do a lot, and we don't hear about Lithuania's efforts to do this. It would be very interesting to hear how Lithuania attracts professionals. So that's what would be it from the professionals side. I'm very happy that we have a professionals coordinator network via which we can raise our issues and debate on the problems and find the best ways to address them. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you, Gintare. You touched upon matters that had been debated on for a number of years. As a member of the diaspora, I talked about that in 2017 to 2018. Her Excellency, President of Lithuania, Dalia Grybauskaitė, was willing to attract as many talents as possible to Lithuania, but today, at the start of 2021, we're again talking about the lack of structure, lack of infrastructure for attracting and pooling talent from other countries to Lithuania. What would you expect for Lithuania to do? How can we improve the relations? You mentioned the establishment of the network of professionals as a counseling and support to the government, also the Foreign Affairs Coordination Commission, which will be also able to cooperate with our ministers to solve matters that are important for residents of foreign countries who are nationals of Lithuania. How would you see, what are the other ways to support Lithuania? Over the past months and years, we've done a lot of positive steps towards the coordination of our professionals outside Lithuania. This is I'm grateful to you, also to DJ Lal, who created something that helps us to speak in a unified voice. Today we live in the 21st century and technology is key. Providing information is now easier. We should use all the technology at stake to provide guidance and receive information and understand what happens outside Lithuania, beyond Lithuania, and what's relevant for us. So via the new formats, we hope that as professionals club and as other clubs to have an opportunity to voice our concerns and ideas and our proposals to the Seimas directly. Thank you. Thank you, Gintare. I know that you will have to work and you will no longer be with us. Let me remind you that last year, a year ago, we looked into a new format. It was the Lithuanian UK Forum. We want to establish it, and we planned it to be established by now. Your club will want to take part in the forum, in the establishment of the forum, and the questions you covered now would be looked into not within 6 to 7 minutes, but within enough time. I'm happy that the Professionals Club in London joins that format, that you care about support to Lithuania, you focus on Lithuania, you want to support Lithuania via your professional insights. And I would like to invite other organizations who are hearing us to join that format and to consider questions that are important for Lithuanian diaspora, both in terms of human rights, citizens' rights, and business cooperation, security, and other matters. Thank you very much, Gintare, for your insights, for your presentation. And I hope to see you next time. And let me continue with Albija Černiauskaitė, President of the Lithuanian Community in the United Kingdom. It has been established in 1947. It's been active for 70 years now. It's the largest. It covers the largest part of the Lithuanian diaspora in the UK. And it covers a number of various matters. Alvija, I give you the floor now on the challenges and expectations of the Lithuanian community in the United Kingdom.
Good afternoon. It is encouraging to see that such a debate is being held, and I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizers who have pointed out to the importance of this topic. The main challenge for the Lithuanian community in the UK is the lack of information. I believe that Ms. Gintare Budriūnienė has already mentioned that, and one of the major challenges for us is to ensure the spread of the information and to reach the people who have not applied for the settled status. And we now have to contact those who have not managed to do this before June and to inform that they have the possibility to get the status. Due to the pandemic, it is very difficult for the people to change, to replace, to have their documents replaced. That's why the Lithuanian embassy in the UK has renewed its services and opened the embassy so that the people could replace the documents that have already expired. As consular services have been renewed, we already have full. We are already full when it comes to registration, although it is not necessary to have it is possible to have the status without the document, but people still are eager to have their documents replaced. And since the consular services have already been renewed, updated, so the documents that have expired will not be an excuse for them. During the quarantine, people were not able to get their social security number. So those who came to the UK in the last months and wanted to have the pre-settled status were not able to do so. So again, we need information. As of the 1st of January 2021, we have new procedures in place for those persons who arrive to the United Kingdom. We previously had some information, but still final decisions were adopted rather late, and people are not aware of all the details and particulars related to their arrival. It is important to take note of the requirements for the visa. Our community has also expressed its dissatisfaction with the discrimination related to our working visas. Dissemination of information is very important for those who are from the environment and that are prone to risk when it comes to human trafficking. It is important to provide information in the Lithuanian language. I see that we have Linas Pernavas, Special Police Attaché, with us, and I hope that he will speak more extensively about this problem. I'd like to stress that the Lithuanian community in the UK, its schools, Lithuanian schools, and its people find it very important to receive proper information. Only a few months have elapsed since the 1st of January. Therefore, it is very important to ensure the provision of information related to the requirements for the newcomers. This is important because we don't want them to get into the criminal networks. Therefore, the task of the community itself is to find those people, to help them with the information, but we at the same time are asking public institutions to provide proper information. Thank you, Ms. Alvia. We also have with us Renatas Norkus, Excellency Ambassador of the Republic of Lithuania to the United Kingdom. So I believe he will be able to look at the questions that you have raised related to consular services, related to the dissemination of information, and many other things. You have mentioned that people are from different backgrounds. Their English language is of different level. So I can tell you that we have brought together a group of volunteers to translate the information related to the COVID pandemic, to lockdown measures, support measures, and so on. This was a very necessary step that we did. So the same, I guess, is required for the people residing in the UK or coming to live in the UK. They have to know of the conditions, of the changes in the conditions. Also, could you tell us, as the Lithuanian community in the United Kingdom, what does it do, and what is its contribution currently? As you have mentioned, we have a support line, support group for the people. We also try to translate the necessary information for them. We try to explain them what the situation is about. We try to make public all the news on our Facebook account or reply to personal questions, because we do receive questions either personally or on the website of the community. Since there is still a lockdown and events and gatherings are banned, senior people are not aware of all the situation. We therefore sometimes receive calls from their relatives in Lithuania with a request to help them. So we receive requests for support from Lithuanians living across the UK. We cooperate with parishes. We try to answer all the questions. And if we're not able to answer the questions, we try to refer people to the right sources of information. Locally, we are trying to help people when it comes to any matters falling within our competence. Thank you for your contribution and for the help of the volunteers. As you have mentioned, all those organizations are working shoulder to shoulder and help the embassy in communicating the information. And now I'd like to give the floor to the Special Police Attaché of the Republic of Lithuania to the United Kingdom. Mr. Pernavas, the migration policy has been changing. And now it seems that now we see that the situation is somewhat similar to the situation that Lithuania faced before it joined the European Union. So, Mr. Linas Pernavas, could you take an overview of the situation? Thank you, Dalia. I hope that you are all safe and sound, and that we will all overcome the COVID challenge. It might seem strange, but no one has mentioned today that it's very difficult to see the dividing line between Brexit and the COVID pandemic. Because in some cases we have repercussions because of the impact of the two factors. We have to ensure security of our nationals in the UK. When it comes to Brexit, many things have already been mentioned, and we do see its impact on our lives. But I'd like to touch upon two aspects, and it includes international cooperation and my insights as to potential threats. And sometimes these two aspects are related not only to our nationals residing in the UK, but also in the wider world. I'd like to stress that the United Kingdom and the law enforcement institutions of the UK have been and will remain our safe and reliable partner, although it has a different status now. But having in mind the specificity of our work, exchange of information requires us to have a safe partner. Well, we have already felt some implications of Brexit, as we all did some traveling. Not many can see the work of law enforcement institutions when it comes to preventing international crime, response to crimes, investigation, assistance to victims. So international cooperation is of crucial importance. So how does everything function? Quite recently, EU member states used to play according to uniform rules. They were similar across the EU member states, including the UK. So we cooperate, and we used similar legislative instruments such as the European Order, the Schengen Information System, and many other things. So we had very clear rules. Those rules were understandable, but now the things have changed. So what has changed? After the withdrawal of the United Kingdom from the UK lost some of the instruments. Therefore, when Lithuania communicates with the UK, Lithuania cannot resort to the instruments that it used to have previously. So what are the essential changes? The UK no longer has access to the Europol information system. It does not take part in the management board of Europol and in the work of its working group. And now the representatives of the United Kingdom are invited only when needed. One of the major losses, to my opinion, and to the opinion of many law enforcement specialists, is that the UK no longer has access to the Schengen information system. The third, and a very important thing, is that surveillance through borders is no longer available, because the current agreement that is in place does not provide for such an opportunity. So as you see, we do face with certain challenges. Therefore, the task of law enforcement specialists is to ensure that we have the same cooperation as it used to be. We enjoyed very good and close cooperation. Therefore, we have to ensure that there are as little barriers to our cooperation as possible. It is important to mention how we address the problems and how we fight the challenges. One of the major factors ensuring good cooperation will be bilateral contacts. We have to use such contacts for exchange of information. The UK has been preparing for this for a few years now. So, in comparison to the information flows, so the information flows have increased twice or threefold, so which means that we are maintaining our contacts, and this is thanks to our cooperation and effort. In order to ensure cooperation, we have established new entities. For example, now we have extradition unit, which has been operating since the 1st of January, and 6 criminals have already been identified through this instrument. So those new established units have helped us to work effectively. May also take note of certain threats to our citizens. The new immigration system of the United Kingdom is very important. The first stage we have already faced the problems related to the first stage of migration. The second stage will start after June this year, that is in the second half of the year. The situation in the United Kingdom is changing very rapidly. Therefore, it is important to stress that the problem itself is not the immigration system. We have to know that the UK will apply higher standards and higher requirements for those who are willing to work and live in the United Kingdom. Therefore, we will have to address such issues as illegal work, falsification of documents, which might result in modern slavery and other related challenges. When it comes to fight against modern slavery, some solutions have already been adopted. One of such solutions is a joint agreement on fighting human trafficking that was signed back in 2018 between Lithuania and the United Kingdom. This agreement provides for the possibility to draft a common plan and to address the problems that I have referred to earlier. I think that we will cooperate very effectively within the framework of this agreement. As my colleague Alvija Černiauskaitė mentioned, dissemination of information is of crucial importance because lack of information might result in a person being involved in modern slavery. The third and very important aspect is education of our nationals residing in the United Kingdom. I hope that we will continue to make every effort to ensure security of our nationals. Thank you, Mr. Pernavas. Thank you for bringing some light on what has happened after the 1st of January 2021. In 2016, we saw the statistics and we knew that Lithuanian nationals were victims of modern slavery, of human trafficking. Therefore, your reference to this is very important. It is very important to help the people to be the source of intelligence and to be the source of assistance. So what has changed in the recent 4 years, in the recent 4 or 5 years? Well, unfortunately, there are cases of human trafficking, and this problem has been mentioned not only by the European Union, but also by individual member states. So human trafficking should be among top 10 priorities of the European Union. We have conducted several surveys in the last 4 years. Some of the surveys have already been completed. So we know that human trafficking is an acute problem. I believe that in order to see the trends, we should wait a little bit. I see that there are some risks, and I think that people who will want to live in the UK will have, in a sense, to make some violations. That means that we will have to stay longer than the designed 90 days and so on. And if such people violate the law, they will be afraid to contact any authorities for help. Therefore, as Ms. Alvija Černiauskaitė rightly said, we have to educate our community members. We have to educate both those Lithuanian nationals who reside in the United Kingdom and those Lithuanians who are still in Lithuania but have plans to go to the UK. The number of requests for support has increased, so this shows that the problem is acute. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the presentations that you have given. We see that the Lithuanian diaspora in the United Kingdom is very huge. It is very diverse. It has very diverse needs and interests. And there are attempts to address their needs and interests. Thank you once again. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Žygimantas Pavilionis.
Thank you once again, Dalia. We are late behind schedule, but it was the right way to do this, to look into the British territory, which is still terra incognita for us. And we heard from our partners today and from our colleagues that the UK can become a springboard to the world for Lithuania. UK's voice in G7, G20 and Security Council will partially be our voice, and nobody will understand global Britain than our global partners in the Baltics. This is a new reality which we have to understand and make opportunity to use it. Our EU membership doesn't hinder us from this. Quite the contrary. We have enhanced cooperation opportunities between countries, economies, our citizens, and I am grateful to Dalia for reminding us, those of us who are still listening to us, of the idea to establish a Lithuanian-UK forum where a variety of people from all walks of life can make their voice. Well, this would create a synergy, because sometimes we lack this power, this insight as a small country. And we have a lot of ambition, but sometimes synergies can contribute to better results that worked in America, that worked in Germany. Why couldn't it work in Lithuania too? And I also noted some of the homework we heard about today, retaining the citizenship. This is a titanic work which we still haven't completed. I believe that we still need to do this because it would help solve many matters. The power of the diaspora in the politics and the possible return for Lithuania's future has not been tapped into, even though the Irish and others have already done this. In thanking everyone for participation, I would like to close my speech. And as respected ambassadors listen to us for the entire day, and we're collecting ideas, I would like to start with Renatas Norkus from the other side of the Atlantic, of the island. Renatas Norkus, what do you think? You're ambassador of the Republic of Lithuania to the United Kingdom. Could you concentrate on something and help us create something new? Thank you very much, Žygimantas Pavilionis. Indeed, colleagues, I have been inspired. I listened throughout the entire session and the entire roundtable. I'm very grateful to you and as chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, and I'm grateful to Speaker of the Seimas for this initiative to stage such an enhanced debate, and to have the debate and our internal sessions on a variety of matters. We looked into the situation at a variety of fields, and these challenges and opportunities have been covered as far as the UK is concerned. Lithuania's ambassador believes that these sessions offered very useful information. Let me highlight once again that I'm very happy that parliamentary dimension has been so important in this respect. You became the institution which initiated these debates. I think this is fair and this is well placed. It's very important and very useful for our further work. Needless to say, I'm very happy that our colleague Ambassador Brian Ollie also takes part, and I hope for his insights. Let me cover two aspects of today's debate because this subject is very important. I would like to cover the subject of themes, and we had there's a breakthrough between two kinds of approaches. At first, we talked about security and defense, hard security, and in the second panel talked about economy and human resources, human links. And we heard that the UK is not a third country, it's an active participant in the strategic security and defense field. In third panel, we heard that the UK is becoming a third country in terms of trade and in various other soft matters, soft policies. I believe that in this case we have to agree that there's no misconception. The UK, to us, just as for the EU, is an important strategic ally. When I say an ally, it means something. It's not just, it's more than a partner. All these aspects we covered today and multiple other aspects demonstrate that this is a strategic ally for all of us. When we speak about economy and economic cooperation, we truly cannot belittle the role of the EU for Lithuania. The negotiations were in place between the EU and the UK. We took part as a member state. And the EU continues to be our home through which we will implement our own economic relations with the UK. And we have to acknowledge that and acknowledge these facts. I believe that when we speak about security and defense, there are other formats. We have NATO minus and NATO plus, such as JEF and the groups of like-minded countries. And when we speak about those aspects, they will remain in place, and they entail economic cooperation and trade, traditional trade aspects we heard about today. There is a number of problems there, and whether they are teething problems or short or long-term problems, we will see this year. But economic aspects are always important. There are also additional vectors for economic cooperation, vaccination economics, which is directly related to national security. What can we do? What can we learn from the UK, from the experience, how they are dealing with vaccination? I believe this is truly useful. Even though in the EU currently centralized processes on the purchasing of vaccination are in place, I believe there will be time when we'll be able to find good niche for this economic vaccination economy. Climate change and green economy were mentioned today, and we had a lot of speeches on that, but I believe that in future in 1, 2, or 3 or 5 years, this will become a vastly important area, and I would encourage our government to take note of what we can learn from the UK, to use their experience, the more so since COVID-19 Glasgow summit on March 26th is coming, and our leadership will take part. We're part of the EU, and we have to balance and combine our bilateral relations with the European dimension. As for security and defense, this is the usual model for cooperation. We have many good examples of how we cooperate, and matters we can work forward on. I believe that cooperation will continue to happen. As for resilience file, we can deepen it with the UK and bilaterally consult. Regular consultations on bilateral level are necessary and have to be reinforced. Education was mentioned as an area which is currently problematic, but offers a number of areas and works for further development. A greater focus would help us a lot. We would ask the government of Lithuania to visit the necessary universities and other institutions in the UK so that they are encouraged to cooperate. There are financial opportunities that need to be tapped into for helping talent to enter good institutions and for helping motivate them to come back to Lithuania. I believe that we should find the necessary stamina to do this. Let us be brave. All countries go to the UK for counseling. The council get counseling on foreign policy, strategic matters, sanctions, and other matters, and they even get counseling on economic aspects, energy aspects, and other matters. Let's organize as many visits as possible. We currently cannot do this because of the COVID, but I believe that in the near future this will be possible. We have to knock on the doors of EU's institutions to consult, and through that contacts and new ideas emerge, new projects arrive. It's always better to have live contacts between institutions. Our governments and ministers are excellent. They should be very active in engaging in a dialogue which would lead to finding out what our interests are in the NB8 with the UK, Aurora Forum, and Northern Future Forum. It's always more important to come into the multilateral fora with our own interests and with contacts with the UK institutions. The embassy is the gateway. We are ready to help to reinforce those bilateral contacts. As for diaspora and our Lithuanians in the UK, needless to say, this is a huge power, which is important for us in terms of bilateral interests. I do hope that we will be able to address the matter on voting for our citizens here in the UK. This is possible. I believe that their political activeness is of huge paramount importance. Due to the existing problems relating to status, we have a certain barrier because of the pandemic. Starting with this week, the embassy has started active consular services. They will be provided for a long time. and we continue the registration. We have opened our external access points in the city and in Edinburgh. We intend to make an access point or a branch in Manchester. We believe that all those willing to attain the settler status will be able to do so. In the EU, we hope for extension of the final date. We are working towards helping on the work visas, and I hope for Ambassador Ollie's opinion on that in this regard. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Lithuanian community and to all who help the embassy in terms of the provision of information. Let's continue our work together, and I truly believe that we will be able to solve that. As for modern slavery, we are grateful to the police attaché for we are grateful for the opportunity to cooperate with him. I believe that cooperation between the embassy and its institution would be a great framework for cooperation. Cooperation, including the cooperation on modern slavery. In general terms, I believe it's very important that we have organized this event today. It's a timely event. It helps us to focus, and I believe that jointly we'll actively put every effort. We hope that the reinforcement of the embassy in the UK via receiving a diplomat for economics and a diplomat for education will also contribute to that. We're looking forward to these decisions, and we are looking forward to further cooperation with the commercial attaché. So we're looking forward to the important decisions, and I'd like to extend my gratitude to Žygimantas Pavilionis for the initiative to organize such an important forum. Thank you, Renata, so much.
So the most important person who really helped us to make this event possible, Ambassador Brian, one of the most active ambassadors, to be honest, in Vilnius. You are everywhere, to make it blunt, I think we did this conference and did those free subsequent hearings in Foreign Affairs Committee because I felt that we didn't do enough in this area. We are not so big. We are overcrowded by a lot of challenges in Georgia, including. But we need to stop and focus. This is an important moment in our history, and we need to boost our relations with UK. That's what I feel. And you are doing it great already, Ambassador in Vilnius. You, as I said, you are everywhere. You are doubling and tripling your activities. We see it, but we need to focus our limited resources to make it work better in this new global environment. So again, thank you so much for making this event possible, to inviting a lot of great friends from UK who've been able to join us. But please, Ambassador, how can you make those conclusions from your side, seeing the ambition to call you strategic ally, as we call America, to be honest. So you are our new America in Europe, to be honest, and we want to make it work. Would you accept this challenge, Ambassador?
Labą dieną visiems. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for those kind remarks. And let me start my summary by thanking you for your vision and initiative in making today possible. It's been through your personal determination and energy that's brought us together today. So thank you very much. And what excellent timing. There's not much that we can claim as positive from the COVID pandemic. but perhaps the postponement of the planned UK-Lithuania parliamentary event almost exactly a year ago, and the delay which has resulted in us holding the event today has resulted, in my opinion, a very timely event, which today has allowed us to focus more on the future and less on the past. This has quite rightly been a debate about opportunities, and I very much appreciate that. I'll pick out some of the key themes and the most powerful statements that have struck me that we've heard today, particularly from the British participants, to note first that as you noted yourself, that the participation today has been exceptional. I'm delighted that we were joined by our Minister for Europe and Americas, Minister Wendy Morton, also by the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the British Parliament, Member of Parliament, if I can refer to his former military rank, Colonel Tom Tugendhat, MBE, on commerce and trade issues. I'm very grateful that we were joined by an expert at the heart of policy making in the UK in the Cabinet Office, and somebody who is also deeply involved in the trade and cooperation agreement negotiations, Catherine Boyd. And finally, I was delighted to listen to the intervention by our Director of British Council in Lithuania, Oda Maria Vyšniauskaitė, quite rightly reminding us of the importance of culture and education in our relationship. Common themes that I have drawn today include, perhaps not surprisingly, our long historical links. We've heard from many speakers about the coal seas to the east of Britain, the North Sea and the Baltic connecting our lands and peoples as part of a wider maritime community. I was particularly struck by Tom Tugendhat saying that, viewed by the maritime island nation that is the United Kingdom, the sea is not a barrier, it's a highway, a corridor that brings us closer together. And as Lithuania is also a maritime nation, this connection is particularly valued. We heard about the Viking kingdoms, the knights of the Middle Ages, and how particularly the Hanseatic League moved the relationship from one of competition to one based on trade. Many speakers have rightly also emphasized how our relationship is based on the bond that is our people, that the second largest Lithuanian community outside the national borders of Lithuania is in the United Kingdom. That around, perhaps we've heard different figures today, but maybe up to 250,000 Lithuanian nationals are living and working in the United Kingdom. Our relationship is fundamentally people to people. We are like-minded on so many issues. We share values. We share the love of democracy. We share the respect for human rights. We see things as members of the same family see things. So quite rightly, many speakers pointed to the importance of protecting citizens' rights, both those of Lithuanian nationals in the United Kingdom and British nationals here in Lithuania. This theme was expanded on during discussions on education, research, and academic links. And our minister assured us that protecting citizens' rights is key and underlined the United Kingdom's commitments to the citizens' rights parts of both the withdrawal agreement and the trade and cooperation agreement. The second common theme today has, of course, been security and defence. Both Minister Morton and the chair of the British Foreign Affairs Committee, Tom Tugendhat, referred to the phrase, "Your security is our security." We note that the basing of British troops and aircraft in the Baltic countries, including the British Typhoon jets in Šiauliai last summer, is on the eastern border of NATO. Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia are on the front line of freedom. Tom noted that the British forces we have in the region are as important as any to our national defence and continue the legacy of the Royal Naval Force that stood together with allies and held off the Red Army in 1918. We heard about practical opportunities to further strengthen this defence relationship. And the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee here, yourself, suggested perhaps it's time for permanent British basing in Lithuania. And to comment that, from my perspective, with British jets based here as part of the NATO forces last summer, the British Wildcat helicopters here on exercise last November and December, the British troops currently exercising in Lithuania alongside their Lithuanian colleagues, British ships in the Baltic Sea exercising with the Lithuanian Navy in January, just last month, and many joint training activities both in the United Kingdom and here. There seems to be almost no day that goes by that some form of British military activity is not taking place in Lithuania. Other areas that speakers identified which were ripe for strengthening in this area is on intelligence cooperation and on sharing the deep understanding in Lithuania on how to fight disinformation, fake news, and rewriting historical facts. Another common theme I should like to point to from today's debate is on trade and commercial opportunities. Our British speaker from the Cabinet Office, Catherine Boyd, and several other speakers pointed to opportunities to build the current trade relationship from a physical one based on, for example, furniture and clothing exports, to one based more on high technology, fintech, software, and IT. And notably, we heard again from Tom Tugendhat that the future relationship should not be about customs forms, but rather about family. Lithuania can be a leader within Europe for developing an open future, with Lithuania using the UK as a springboard to the world. And Catherine also pointed to the breadth and depth of the trade cooperation agreement, which goes well beyond the standard trade agreement to the mutual benefit of both our countries. In summary, to quote, the United Kingdom is incredibly keen to strengthen trade links so our relationship flourishes, especially in the areas identified such as fintech and green technology. And then finally, our Director of British Council built on the points made by other speakers, emphasising the importance of science, research, fostering educational links and student opportunities. We heard about the new Turing scheme to fund students in the UK to enable them to study abroad. We very much look forward to welcoming more students from the UK to universities in Lithuania. Attention was drawn to the many ongoing areas of cooperation, for example, in COVID research, genome sequencing, transmission mechanisms and potential for future work, for example, through the Horizon 2020 programme. So my overall takeaway from today's debate is one of a common, a shared determination in both UK and Lithuania to build on the many opportunities we've discussed. I've listened intently to the many points raised by our speakers today. We've many follow-up actions, including on consular support, on communicating information, on pushing forward on trade and commerce processes, and on realizing the opportunities around education and shared research. Perhaps to finish, I should quote Minister Morton's words: "We look forward to building a greener, healthier, more just world together, a world where human rights are respected even by those who currently are blatantly ignoring them, including those not very far from here. Together we can and we will succeed." Thank you very much.
Wonderful, Ambassador. Really, thank you so much. Well, this is the end of our debate. I think we set the agenda for the strategic alliance, not even partnership. And you should simply know that Parliament is a safe haven of this partnership. That's just the beginning. And you're rightly pointed. This conference was the first victim of pandemia when it started, but now it's the first conference ever that we have in this Parliament in this season. So I think it is just the beginning of it. If you will ever have some problems, I am also saying to my ambassador in London, we are all to boost your administrative and other capacities just to build it. And as much as we can, we will try to work hard with our government ministries, trying to focus on those relations. I'll switch to Lithuanian.
I thank once again everyone, and let us do it together.
I'm ready to visit if you are not afraid after my Georgia visit. Yeah, speaking seriously, I know that our speaker is thinking about visiting UK. So if we have nice invitations from your country in one or another format, we will be really ready to come. And I think that readiness is on different other, government and other levels expressed, from president to others. Brexit negotiations are over, so it's time to reestablish the bridges. Dar kartą ačiū labai visiems.
I thank once again everyone. I'm very sincere. I apologize for the long time, but I'm grateful to organizers, to Lucas, to Valdas, to interpreters, and to everyone whom we cannot see here today, but who did a great job. Have a good day.
Thank you. Goodbye.